Should be fun. Fill out the brackets if you haven't done it yet. Enter the bracket challenge. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome in to the next round as we get going today here in Birmingham. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, and Ryan Brown will join us from down around the Legacy Arena as we get ready for a championship tournament that gets underway. John Lunsford will be in studio with me in just 1 second as we get going with the games today. Alabama and Auburn both in action. Let's try to check in first. Rockstar, can we check in with the guys down at our Redmond event this morning? Guys, how are you doing there this morning? You doing well?
Good, Lance. How are you? Good, man. A little chilly out. Looks like it's going to be a great day, though. Already a little activity down here in Uptown. So, as we said yesterday, one of the more exciting weekends we've had in the city of Birmingham in a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say you can feel the buzz just yet. I mean, it is 9 a.m. and the games don't tip for, a couple of hours now. But I do think in this city overall, you could feel a little bit of buzz down the way.
Yeah, absolutely. A ton of buzz going on. You guys look good down there. We will keep dropping in and out with you guys throughout the morning as we talk about the games that are going on. When Lunsford joins us in here in the studio in a second, we will get going on some of the games that are happening tonight. But LT and Brownie, I'll start off by asking you if you're still there with me. Which game are you most excited about outside of Auburn, Iowa today that you're looking forward to? Then I was afraid of that.
Yep.
Little connection problem there. We'll try to get back with the guys in just a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. The fine folks there, Leslie and her board-certified team, are there to help you out. If you want to jumpstart your weight loss journey, Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living, just go to this website, aplanforme.com, and Leslie will help you with no sign-up fees, no contract, and your first consultation is absolutely free. It's our friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. The website, one more time, is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. John Lunsford in studio with me now. We'll check back with Ryan and Lance in a second. So if I asked you, other than Auburn, Iowa, which I think is one of the top 3 first-round games out there, which game are you most looking forward to today?
You know, this is the biggest thing about brackets are picking 5-12 games and what's going to be that one that's going to be an upset. And it's always thinking, man, what's going to be the best game between, a 5 and a 12. And going through my brackets, I either want to pick almost all of them or none of them, because you try to play that game of picking your brackets and who's going to beat who and everything. But that Charleston-San Diego State matchup is one I'm looking forward to, because I've seen people go both ways on that game, but that's also one that, a couple rounds down the line could potentially affect Alabama as well. So some of these matchups on the Alabama side of the bracket, I'm kind of interested to see play out.
Well, I'll tell you, the first game out today, right here in Birmingham at 11:15, West Virginia and Maryland, as we were doing our bracket challenge. And I'm right about this. You can still get in our bracket challenge if you want to.
11 o'clock.
We'll throw up the QR code here for you, so you can still go jump into the bracket challenge with our friends at Redmond Vodka. Wins Chuck's Bucks there. Thousands of you have entered. We appreciate that so much. You jump in there and a chance to win $1 million. But if you don't get that perfect bracket, you can jump in there and win some other great prizes from the wonderful folks at Redmond Distilling, bringing you a chance to win Chuck's Bucks this year right here on the next round. The first game of the day, first game of the tournament now today is West Virginia and Maryland. And the winner, of course, gets Alabama. It's a 9-8 matchup. And when we were filling out my Redmont vodka bracket last night, that was a game I sit there and I said, I had this, I'll go ahead and share it with you guys. I've got this little formula that I had worked on throughout basketball season. Yeah, the secret sauce. And I worked on it throughout basketball season. And I said, I'm going to stick with this formula. I'm going to stick with this, and this is what I'm going to, just let it play out. This game on my formula came down to a tie. It was like the same exact number for these two teams, and I think that is a scenario that I think this game will be that close.
But the good news is your formula for the bracket won't matter because Alabama's going to beat whoever they end up playing anyway. But
you hope so. I mean,
this is one of those that I just look with Iowa, Auburn. I've leaned Auburn. They're the favorite in Vegas, even though they're the lower seed. There's a lot of 8-9 matchups. You're thinking I feel pretty good about this team, even though they're basically even. This is one of those that I have no idea who to pick. I've gone through and switched 100 times, thinking that 1 point is going to make all the difference in the world. But I honestly don't know who is going to end up facing Alabama in the second round between Maryland and West Virginia. It should be a good one. But, I am looking to, especially on the Alabama side of the bracket, that San Diego State Charleston, that Virginia Furman, those are those two games that I never would have thought twice about. Never would have thought Charleston. I know Furman, we see them play Sanford and teams that we know in the Southeast, but I never would have thought those would be two upsets. But those are two that everybody's saying, hey, you should look at Charleston. Hey, you should look at Furman. So then if Alabama does potentially play a team like that in the Sweet 16, Furman, Charleston, are those teams that could actually compete with Alabama? Are those the kind of teams that can make that Loyola Chicago run? I don't know, but that's why I'm interested to watch them play today. It's
got to the point where we got about one of those every year. Now, my bracket was very chalky with my formula, but I don't know how you folks feel out there. Some of you listening to us right now on your way down to the Legacy Arena in that area. I just came from down there. So far, traffic is fine. Everything is fine. It's a beautiful weather day here. But as you know, if you went to, say, the World Games opening ceremonies, closing ceremonies, if you went to Garth Brooks concert, it's going to be those type of crowds, even though we only hold 17,000 plus in the arena. There'll be a lot of people down there, early waiting to go to the night session that just wants to be down there early, and some coming out. It'll be a crowded situation, so we recommend you go down there early and just enjoy the day. And in fact, go by and see the guys up atop the Southern Kitchen in the Cantina right now. We got a Redmont kickoff party going on as we speak right there. But get down there early, and we got one of the better games to get right there out of the gate with West Virginia and Maryland. We will get into the news of the day and everything else in the next segment. That includes Alabama and the latest New York Times story and what Nate Oates was saying about extra security for the team and all that coming up as we move throughout the day. But remember, we do have a opportunity to see some great basketball here in Birmingham. And that Iowa-Auburn game is it was CBSSports.com that was ranking the best matchups in round one. And they picked the three best games in round one. And one of them was Iowa and Auburn. And I don't disagree with that. I really believe that we're talking about one of those first-round games that is going to be so entertaining. If you like the two Alabama-Auburn games, other than the outcome if you're an Auburn fan, but Auburn led 65 minutes of those games, I would expect that game to look a lot like that, except Iowa just doesn't have Alabama's top-end talent. This is a game Auburn wins today, in my opinion.
I agree. And like I said, they are the favorites, still sitting at 1.5, in Vegas. But this is the kind of game that, you expect 8-9 games to be close. You expect 8-9 games to be good. But you're right. You think back to that Alabama game, especially here in the state. We're all thinking that Alabama-Auburn game where if that's any other team than the overall number one seed, it's a loss for whoever Auburn's playing. And so if that does get to that point with Iowa, I don't expect them to be able to make a comeback like that. And then you think, well, they've done that to Alabama, and they did it to Alabama at Alabama. What happens when they play Houston in Birmingham at that point if they can't get past Iowa today? So that's what I'm really looking forward to, is seeing not only Auburn potentially get that win today, but then what can they do moving forward as well?
All right, LT is going to tell us about Bromberg's here, and we'll get their thoughts on this opening day down there and what the atmosphere is like. LT, tell us about our friends at Bromberg's and tell us about the scene as the crowd starts to build down there.
Yeah, Bromberg, in 36.
All right, we're gonna check back in with those guys in just a second when they get it connected back up. There a little audio issue there, but we are live at the Southern Kitchen today with our friends at Redmont Vodka. Jump by there, and we will end up hearing from the guys as the party kicks off. They've got the bar carts that are out, a lot of lounge seating out there, just a sunny, beautiful day on top there as you can jump in there and get a great kickoff, a great cocktail from our friends at Redmond Special Prices down there. All right, quick break here, Tyler, Rockstar. We'll take a break. We'll come back and get to some of the news of the day from our beautiful, comfortable Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. This is The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Show being brought to you in part today by our great friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years. Listen, it's been a while since we've had this much excitement in town for a NCAA tournament because we had to remodel the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center, now the Legacy Arena. But boy, am I glad it's back, and a lot of exciting things happening. You know, we used to host NCAA tournaments all the time back when Wayne's got started. 50 years now, Wayne's has been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. That includes making your lawn look beautiful this spring and summer. The lawn care service is something all of us here on the Next Round end up using. You can also get the mosquito services, which prevents those mosquitoes from bothering you throughout the year. It's just a wonderful service. You can get $50 off right now, $50 off each one of those services, and stack those up with pest as well as termite protection, and Wayne's will help you celebrate with them 50 years of great service. Save $50 on any of those services. Stack them up when you use our promo code TNR. TNR is the promo code. Go to callwaynes.com. Call Waynes.com, 866-WAYNES1. use the promo code TNR. All right, John Lunsford, Jim Dunaway with you from our studios. Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown down outside the Civic Center with our Redmont party, which is just kicking off. They're making some announcements, and we'll get back to them coming up in a little bit. The big story yesterday was twofold on Alabama's front. One, there was late in the evening a New York Times story that says another Alabama player was on the scene as the passenger in the car with Brandon Miller. It did not take very long for Alabama to come out and deny that report, and about as strong as you see Alabama deny a report, saying that that is not factual, that's not what they've heard from the Tuscaloosa Police Department, who's done the investigation, that only two other Alabama players other than Darius Miles, who is in jail for capital murder, was on the scenes, the two, Miller and Bradley, that were already reported to have been there. No additional player was there, according to Alabama's statement, citing what the police department in Tuscaloosa had told them. Then the New York Times tells a different story. But what is factual, and everybody saw it with their own eyes yesterday, was the fact that star guard Brandon Miller did have an armed security guard with the team. Now, it's hard to tell if it was specifically with Miller or if it was with the team, but here is the scene of that yesterday, down during Alabama's shootout. That is the gentleman there, as you can see, badged up and with guns showing, that is on a detail working for either the University of Alabama or Brandon Miller. Nate Oates was asked about the extra security as Alabama, the number 1 overall seed, plays here in Birmingham, and this is what he said to the gathered media yesterday.
A few minutes ago, I noticed something that I've never seen before in 20 years of doing this, which was an armed security guard accompanying Brandon to the podium. I was just curious what the thinking is behind that, and how often do you have security with him right now, and when did it start?
If you guys saw some of what I've seen sent his way, I think you'd understand why that's the case, and I don't want to get into all that. It's the entire situation, as you know, is, I mean, it's just a heartbreaking situation on all accounts, but some of the messages from people that can sit behind fake email addresses, but who knows whether they're real or not, that I've seen, something that nobody would ever want their son. I treat my players like my own sons. I don't have a son. I have 3 daughters, but I put myself in his parents' shoes, and our administration's seen the stuff that I've seen, and it's appropriate. It's nothing a college kid should have to go through. So I think if you were able to see what I've seen, you'd understand why that's going on right now.
So that from Nate Oates yesterday, and everything that's going on inside the program, the extra protection there because of death threats or whatever else is coming Brandon Miller's way. You have to worry about the security of him and the people around him, and that's how Alabama is handling that situation. Now it's as a guy who's done this for a long, long time, first you start with the sadness of it all, but also just the not par for the course. It's not normal. It's not the typical situation around a sporting team when they are playing in the NCAA tournament. It's just a scene that personally I've never had to cover before, especially at this level. And you start to wonder in the sports aspect of it all, eventually does this wear on a team and catch up to it? It looked like it was doing that at some point during the regular season, and they seemed to turn a corner in Nashville. And you just wonder with another report, whether it's false or true, but being denied by Alabama, and then with now armed security having to take you around and whatever threats are rolling into the emails and DMs of the players, you just wonder if it at some point takes a toll as you try to win 6 games.
Yeah, and I think anybody, you ask questions to players, coaches, everybody, how much of this do you see? And they say, oh, we don't pay attention to any of that. And that's just not true for players especially. I mean, they're going to see a lot of this stuff. They're all on their phones and everything. So, I think you're right. I think the South Carolina game was the first game after that stuff came out, and we saw how the crowd reacted.
Yeah.
We saw how, and on the court, we saw it did have an effect. And you're right, throughout the whole rest of the regular season, it wasn't the same team, and you could tell. And then it was like something just clicked in Nashville, and all of a sudden it was the team we saw before. But, this is now a national stage. This is not the Southeastern stage. It was the Alabama stage, very locally focused at first, because that's where we are, that's where this is, that's where everything is. Then it kind of went to more of a regional stage and spread out a little bit, but now there's a whole national stage kind of coming in, and you couldn't hear, Seth Davis and Gumbel and the whole crew that was, doing the selection show. They couldn't mention anything at all without also mentioning this too.
That's right.
The minute they started breaking down the bracket, and
it'll be a storyline for this team forever.
Correct.
Forever, and it'll be a storyline through this tournament as well.
Yeah, Alabama wins national championship. It'll always have that, coming back to it. And so I don't know how it will affect them. I mean, today I don't know that it's necessarily an issue today, but it is interesting to see that, and I do think it's something I've not been doing this nearly as long as a lot of other people, but I haven't really seen either.
Yeah, the photograph and that video you're seeing there, though, when it's running on SportsCenter and the pictures that are in on print and websites all day long with armed security on the bench, that is a unique sight, as you would imagine, for any NCAA tournament, specifically for just one specific team. So that was the scene yesterday. That was Nate Oates last night. Let me tell you about the great folks at Hemp Hill, and then we'll head back down and talk to Brownie in LT at our big kickoff tip-off party going on down outside of Legacy Arena. Our friends at Hemp Hill, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, you got to trust Adam, Chad, and the team over there. They have helped all of us here on the show. They've been doing it for years, and right now they're on their way out to help you if you got a problem today. I literally told my neighbor yesterday when I got home, there was a different plumber there. I was like, what are you doing? And I didn't know who to call. I'm new to town. And I said, talk to your neighbor, man. Hemp Hill is the answer. Could have saved you so much money, and just a better crew could have been out there. Hemp Hill, they fix it. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. Call Adam and Chad, the people Birmingham's trusted since 1954, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, and the wonderful folks at Hemp Hill. Let's head back out down to the Uptown area, outside of the Southern Kitchen and the Cantina up top on a sunny morning. LT and Ryan Brown. Guys, take it away, man. What's up?
Man, they've started the party here. Look at all these Alabama and Auburn fans that are ready to come in here and have a little fun. At what time is it? 9:30 in the morning?
Yeah, it's 9:30, and we probably already have 25, 30 people up here pregame. But I guess we've got tip at 11:15, or is it 11:40?
Yeah, so it's not much of a pregame, but a little bit of a pregame nonetheless. So I think this is going to be just an incredible atmosphere down here today, and down here all weekend. Really done away. We joked about it the other day. I was joking with somebody. I was like, Birmingham hasn't seen anything this big since the World Game. Obviously, tongue in cheek on that. I don't know what Birmingham has had this big with Alabama and Auburn. Alabama's the overall number one. Auburn as in an 8-9 game, playing in the same arena, and to have 2 1 seeds in the same arena. I mean, there's not another regional anywhere that's anywhere close to that.
Well, remember when we had and I know there was multiple sponsors. I always remember this is Arby's Classic.
I do remember that, yeah.
But on those, the Friday night before the Iron Bowl, right after Thanksgiving, packed out house down in Legacy. And, that was always fun, but they weren't necessarily great games. I mean, this is the NCAA tournament. It starts up here. And it's really cool that the first game that will be broadcast today is from Birmingham and Legacy, and that's West Virginia, Maryland.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I've racked my brain. I can't. I guess you could go back to an Iron Bowl. What was the most meaningful Iron Bowl in Birmingham?
That's a Dunaway question. Dunaway 1979. The most meaningful Iron Bowl in Birmingham?
I don't know. It's hard to say the most meaningful one. A lot of them were meaningful afterwards, right? When Auburn tore down the goalpost with Bo over the top, that was at Legion Field after they had not won for a decade. That was a big one, and it seemed like all those in the early 80s had some kind of storyline, a Daniel Moore painting, if you will, and that made them all seem big. But, probably the biggest one of all time, but it was before the stadium had expanded and before things got bigger, would have been the 1972 one, the Bama punt. In 71, I mean, you had 71, you had 2 teams, Auburn and Alabama, with a chance to win a national championship. In 72, You roll back around, and Alabama's in a great place to win one, and you get Bama punt, and Auburn blocks those two. But that was before crowds got to be as big and gathering areas outside. I mean, you're going to have, I venture to say, as many people outside of the place you're at, Legacy Arena today, than you have inside. I would imagine there's 17,000 people who just want to be down there and part of the atmosphere, or they're going to be swapping in and out for games. Let's talk a little bit about some of those games as we keep you guys here for just a little bit longer. Later in the show, some great guests maybe joining in the guys down there. We appreciate all of you getting out there crowd-wise. But that very first game, LT, West Virginia, Maryland, we got some folks in town from those that are tuned in right now. That was a tough game for me to pick. Where did you guys go in this one? And do you think it's Huggins, or do you think it's a little bit more of an athletic Maryland team from the ACC that can win this thing?
I think it's the latter. I think it's Maryland from the ACC. Look, they're 2-9 in 2 road games, but West Virginia on the other side is 3-8. Kevin Willard did a really good job at Seton Hall. Between 16 and 22, went to 5 different NCAA tournaments, and in year 1, he's got Maryland back. Jameer Young, guy that averages over 16 per game for Maryland, a Charlotte transfer. He's been the go-to guy. And when you look at West Virginia, last in defense in the Big 12, they were 7-11 in a really difficult conference. But I feel good about Maryland.
All right. Thanks, LT. I appreciate that a lot. West Virginia, Maryland, Furman in Virginia, Utah State and Missouri. That gets us going in the early window. Throw Howard and Kansas in that, and we'll bleed into the early afternoon. Let's take another quick break here. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, make it Montevallo. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Great class sizes, a wonderful, wonderful athletic program where you have 21 NCAA Division II fully funded sports. It's Montevallo, the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel @Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's @Next Round Live on YouTube.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
About to catch up with our buddy Andy Burcham right after I tell you about the wonderful folks at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. And then with tomorrow, of course, being St. Patrick's Day and a lot of the celebrations going on around town, we want to tell you about Conor McGregor's Proper 12. The Irish whiskey that a lot of people will be enjoying tomorrow as we celebrate March Madness and St. Patrick's Day. Everyone knows what tomorrow is, right? And what better way to celebrate here in Birmingham than the Proper 12? A few to-go checkout places this weekend. Moe's Barbecue in Lakeview and the Battery in Homewood. They'll be serving the Proper 12 out there. They'll have all your St. Patrick's Day favorite beverages, including the green beer and the green tea shots. And all, of course, Proper 12. It's our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila and Proper 12 celebrating St. Patrick's Day as we get ready for the madness today. And we bring in the voice of the Auburn Tigers, Andy Burcham, friend of the show. Andy, we're sorry for the change of plans. A little technical issue there this morning at our tip-off party. But thank you for joining us on the phone this morning.
My pleasure to be with you today, guys. An exciting day for a lot of basketball fans here in the state of Alabama.
It really is. And, I thought Bruce yesterday hit the nail on the head when he said, I hope this wakes up some memories for Auburn and Alabama fans of the days the Iron Bowl used to be played here in Birmingham. I don't know anybody, or very few people, I'll say, there's no majority in America, that wants to play the Iron Bowl in Birmingham anymore. It is so good on campus. But there was something special back in the day when Alabama and Auburn fans, though very competitive, blended together on a weekend. And we're about to experience that this weekend. And there's a lot of good buzz in this area. Have you felt that since you've been in town?
Absolutely. And what's interesting, and I talked with Tom Stipe, the longtime engineer for the Alabama radio network yesterday. We were both at practices and press conferences, and he said it's so interesting that both Auburn and Alabama are here. And he said, and it's the best of all worlds because we're not playing each other.
That's right.
So there's not that pressure of the Auburn-Alabama game, but both teams are here and playing in different pods, and it's going to be an electric atmosphere, I think, at Legacy Arena for that Alabama game and then the Auburn game right now.
And we won't jump into this, but obviously our friend Charles Barkley was on our show this week, and he was trying to make a case for Auburn fans cheering for Alabama and Alabama fans cheering for Auburn. And I said, slow it down, Charles. Let's just all have a good time together. I don't know if that'll happen inside the arena. I do want to talk about the team, the Auburn team, and the way they're playing right now. And this has been sort of the case since February. The results have not always been positive, but so many of these games have come down to a final possession of two, and including the games with Alabama where Auburn led 65 minutes of those games. There's a lot of positives for this Auburn team as they get to this part of the season.
I think Auburn has played better in February than it did in January, and the results just don't show it because of who Auburn has played in February and March, as opposed to who had played in January. The schedule picked up dramatically in February with games home and away against Alabama and Tennessee and Texas A&M. And I thought Auburn played better in those games and only won one of the six, and that was the final regular season game at home against Tennessee. The road has been tough for Auburn, especially since February, but I think part of that is who Auburn has played on the road. A vastly improved Vanderbilt team that Auburn lost in the final seconds to. An Alabama team that is the national number one seed that Auburn lost to in overtime in Tuscaloosa and led for a good portion of the game at Neville Arena. A low-scoring game against Tennessee. Lost both games against Texas A&M, and of all those teams, that was probably the one team that played Auburn better home and away. And then the one game, the outlier, is the game at Kentucky, which was a one-possession game until about 3 minutes to go in the first half, and then Alabama or Kentucky just took the game over, and Auburn just didn't respond in the second half, and Kentucky won it in a blowout. So it's been a fascinating last month or so of this Auburn season. And while the results haven't been there in most part, Auburn, I think, has played a better brand of basketball, but has also played a better brand of opponent as well. And they will get one this evening in Iowa.
Bruce took this team on the road this year, Cancun and Seattle and L.A. and Morgantown. There's going to be a lot of Auburn fans in the arena today, but it's still not the friendly confines of Neville. The road you were talking about, that does help this team. It makes it really tough. You look at who Auburn has played, and with all due respect to half of the teams in this bracket, they haven't played the same schedule. How do you think that helps guys, some of the newcomers, some of the veterans that have been down this road before, when they get down to these nail-biting moments in the NCAA tournament?
Well, they've been there. The one thing they haven't done is win one of those close games away from Neville Arena. That's the one thing that Auburn hasn't been able to answer so far this season, is win a close one and do it away from home. And while this is a neutral site tonight, it will be a decidedly bigger Auburn crowd than and I think Iowa has traveled, but it's not going to be like Auburn will have for a crowd tonight. So I'll be fascinated to see it. But I do think Auburn, and listen, I'm sure Iowa says the same thing with their Big Ten schedule. Auburn is battle tested. Auburn has seen it all coming into this game. Does that mean it's an automatic win for Auburn tonight? No, absolutely not. But I don't think Auburn's going to be surprised by anything. The environment, the quality of the opponent, the bigness of the moment. I think Auburn will be ready for all of that tonight.
Boy, KD Johnson, when he is in the place he's been lately, he is such an asset to this team. Tell me what KD can do that maybe some other players can't do, because he does seem like he sometimes is the gas pedal that can really get this team to another gear.
He can be instant energy and instant offense for Auburn. And the best example I can give you is the second half of the Arkansas game in Nashville last week. Auburn did not play a good first 8-9 minutes of either half. And it looked like Arkansas was going to run away with things in that second round game last Friday last Thursday, a week ago in Nashville, and jumped out to a 15-point lead. And I'll be honest, I didn't see this happen because we were in the timeout break, and I was looking at stats or a live read or something like that to come out. And Brad Law from our studio texted me to talk about how Chris Moore had gotten after the team in the huddle. I guess it was shown in the TV broadcast. And right after that occurred, KD Johnson came out and scored 6 straight points for Auburn, and the comeback was on for Auburn. And he played perhaps his best half of basketball in that second half against Arkansas. Of course, Auburn took the lead in the last minute. Arkansas ended up winning by 3, but that's what KD Johnson can do. And when he's consistent, it's not just his outside shooting. Perhaps the better part of his game is his ability to get to the rim as a 6-foot guard and draw the foul. And that's what he did. He showed both ends of that, and he is deceptively good defensively as well. He gets that look in his eye, and it's unmistakable when KD's on the floor and he's in the KD zone. That's a good thing for Auburn, because he can single-handedly lead your ball club back, as he did last Thursday in Nashville.
Yeah, he's almost like those Auburn memes, so you can see the lasers coming out of his eyes at times when he's in that moment. Just 2 more questions, but one of them is a broadcasting question. You've got Wendell that's on a free throw streak right now. Do you mention it as he steps to the line the first time, or do you not during the broadcast?
No, I will. I don't think this is like a no-hitter. And Auburn had one of those recently, and we didn't say anything about a hit until it happened. And he's been here before. He was at this point earlier in the season and missed what would have been his tying consecutive free throw at 27. And the fact that he's here again now and doing it at this time of the season, I think, is even more remarkable. But to me, it's not necessarily the streak, but the fact that Wendell, at 5'11", and most of the time the smallest guy on the floor, leads the Southeastern Conference with 152 made free throws. I'm not amazed that he makes his free throws. I'm amazed that he gets that many free throws that he can make at 5'11" and his ability to get to the rim. So, yeah, if it happens, we'll talk about it, and I'll take the heat if he misses the shot.
And a lot of Auburn fans wish he'd had 3 free throws at the end of that Tennessee game up in Knoxville.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
My other question, Matt Galen's, is he was there with Bruce down at Auburn when he first got it going, and he was sort of the coach that basically took Bryce and Jared under his wings and tried to help grow them. And boy, did he do a fantastic job. I don't know about you. I have not seen this Iowa team a lot this year. Thank goodness that their guards do not look like Bryce and Jared and do not play like them. But they are very good guards, and they don't turn the ball over. What do you remember about Bryce and Jared in that team that made that run to the Final Four, and just the similarities you may see character-wise in this Auburn team that could make a deep run?
Well, those guys could take a game over with their three-point shooting, and they did it in the SEC tournament. They certainly did it against Tennessee in the championship game. And then after Auburn perhaps was fortunate enough to beat New Mexico State in the first round, remember, New Mexico State had free throws at the end of that game to win it. And then that Final Four run doesn't even take place. But then Auburn takes on the Blue Bloods in North Carolina and Kansas and Kentucky. And Bryce and Jared were they were electric for all. I mean, they will go down in Auburn basketball history forever for what they did at the end of that season. And they took games over. The one play I think that signifies what Bryce and Jared could do was a play in the Tennessee game, late in that Tennessee game in the SEC championship game, when Auburn had a fast break and should have been a layup. And instead, I think Jared kicked it out to the side, and Bryce Brown hit a fast break 3. And the place just went nuts. And I remember Rod and Sonny's call of that play. I mean, it gives me chills to think about that play right now. But that's what those guys could do. Now, this Iowa team can shoot it, and they have size in shooting it. They're 6'3", 6'4", and 6'6", and 6'8" on the perimeter. So that could be a problem for Auburn because Auburn's guards certainly are not of that size, and yet this Iowa team can shoot that 3 so very well.
It should be a fun day today, and so many national writers have, in picking their first-round games, have this pretty much across the board as a top 2, top 3 of these first-round games to watch. Iowa and Auburn, you'll get it on the Auburn Network with Andy and the gang on the call. 5:50 is tip time tonight down at the Legacy Arena, and hopefully Andy and the guys get another call on Saturday as part,
Absolutely.
And maybe another one, and another one, and another one. Andy, let's work you to death, man, here in March, okay?
I'm ready for it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Andy Burcham with us a long time here on the Auburn Network. Thanks for being with us. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We're staying connected with our friends at Alabama Power as well, making it easier than ever for you to pay your power bill. They now offer digital wallet, so you can choose to pay with any of these convenient options. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo, and a lot more. It's easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is online. Right there at visit alabamapower.com, alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started. That's alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started. All right, John Lunsford's here with me. Brownie will be back here in a second. LT's hosting the rest of our party down outside of Legacy Arena. It should be fun. Tyler is right now in place of Rockstar. Hey, Tyler, how you doing? Thanks for being with us. Forrester, Rockstar is back, and Taylor Korn is down at the party as well, handling everything social media. Without giving all the numbers, the response for our bracket challenge has been tremendous.
It has.
I wish there was a way we could, like there were stats that could formulate on how our next round viewers and listeners voted. You know, I
kind
wish
of the people's bracket from ESPN, but just next round people. Yeah, I don't know if we have that exactly, but maybe once the bracket starts, we can figure that out.
Yeah, we'll get reaction from you guys, Auburn fans in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room early on, talking about how they missed that 2019 team. Michael says Iowa had great 3-point shooters like 2 or 3 years ago. They're not too good this year. They are not the best outside shooters, but they're not a horrible team. This Iowa team today, they're 15-1 when they score 80 or more points. So they've 16 games this year. They've gotten to 80 or more and only lost one of those. So they can score points almost at the Alabama-like speed.
I do feel like Iowa's typically like a 3 to 5 seed or thereabouts, and being an 8th this year. I'll be honest, I didn't watch a lot of Iowa Hawkeye basketball this year, but this is seeing where they are and seeing the stats line up and everything. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that Auburn being the lower seed, technically, I know 8-9 kind of doesn't matter, being the favorite isn't really a shocker. And, I bet if we went and looked at the stats, especially here in the state of Alabama, for everybody that moved Auburn forward, it would be a heavy Auburn majority there in that game. And I do expect them to move on, but I'm really interested to see them in that next round matchup.
Yeah, Chris saying Iowa has no defense over there. So that is, something to be concerned with. But 80 points is a big get for any team, especially in the NCAA tournament, where I always feel like, Lunsford, that defense can carry you more than offense in this very first game. Now listen, 1s and 16s, the record, only one time a number one's lost, so I'm not as worried about Alabama today. But for these other teams, and specifically Iowa and Auburn is such a great defensive team. They're used to playing some of these low-scoring games, and I just feel like first round, these first games in these new venues with the pressure of the NCAA tournament, I feel a lot like the defense. If you're a great defensive team, it's advantage you in this first round.
Yeah, Auburn sitting at 28 in defensive efficiency. Iowa at 166. Not quite the same, even though Iowa is third on offense. But, I've never been a KenPom guy until this year when y'all talked about it nonstop, and I started looking at it and realizing that's a pretty good way to go. It's probably going to totally wreck my bracket now that we're actually here, and it's like, I'm going to use KenPom and, totally jinx it. But, based on all of that and looking at the stats, poor Iowa's defense has not been good this year.
It does not show up very well. They try to make up for it with the great offense there. Hey, our show today is being brought to you in part by our friends right there at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, one of our great sponsors for a long, long time. He's been with us, and we appreciate him so much. He and his family own the company at Storm Restoration Roofing. It's been locally owned now for over 2 decades. And the best part about Greg is he loves to take care of you like he is part of your family, and that is the best thing to have when you've got a roofing contractor. He'll check out your roof after these recent windstorms. He'll come up and see if you had any shingles loosened or bent or anything that can cause major water damage inside your home. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 to contact Greg Nelson. You could do it on Facebook as well, Greg from Pell City. Now, he'll check all that out, and he'll do it absolutely free, a free no-cost roof inspection. Greg is literally, in most cases, the guy who actually gets up on the roof himself. And the number I give you is his cell number, 205-542-3531. You'll talk directly most of the time to Greg there unless it gets rolled over to someone else. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. You can't beat him. He's Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. And look for him during the bracket challenge, too. If he makes it into the leaderboard, he's on there as well. Greg Nelson, 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. He is just like you guys. I'm now concerned about this bracket challenge because I, too, used a lot of KenPom. So we know Brown did.
Yes,
right.
We have. I'll say this though. So Brown loves to talk about his TikTok watching and all of his animal attack videos and stuff that he watches. I have gotten into a whole slew of sports gambling TikToks.
Oh no!
In there, I blame Lance for that. But everything I have seen, every single sports betting person I see on there, every single person that has anything to do with sports whatsoever, every single one has done exactly what Brown's been doing on the show this week. All those little graphics with look, don't pick Baylor and Iowa and whoever the 3 teams that had the terrible defensive efficiency. You have to pick these that made the conference semifinals. Every team that's won the championship has made the conference semifinals, so that knocks out like Tennessee and a bunch of different teams. Every single person has used the exact same stats. All of that coming, I feel like, from KenPom. So everybody is doing that. So I feel like if you actually want to win the bracket challenge, you have to go absolutely against every single thing out there, every single KenPom stat, because every single person is picking it. I feel like when it comes to the overall big teams, when it comes to making the Final Four, who's winning the championship, I'd be willing to bet the vast majority of people have picked one of those 5 or 6 teams that fall within all those criteria, which is Alabama, Texas, Kansas, UConn, UCLA, whichever ones they were. So I feel like a lot of people are doing that. The only way to win is to go against it. even though we're all going for it. So I don't know if any of the three of y'all did it, because Brown won't stop talking about it. You have been the biggest KenPom guy I've known. Lance may be the one I guess to go against it because he's trying to play against the public, which is what everybody's going to do. So who knows? But everybody in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room has been talking about, look, it's hard to let feelings not dictate your bracket. And I've always wanted to pick Alabama further, Auburn further, UAB further.
Right.
You know, when Stanford gets in there further.
No,
but
a lot of people pick Alabama to win the national championship, I bet.
But my thing is, I'm almost the opposite now. I'm like, I so don't want, you know how like when you play at a school and you try to go the opposite of that school so much to be like, look, I'm not biased anymore. I do the opposite in the bracket too. I had tried so hard to figure out a way for Alabama not to make the Final Four so that I can try to win bracket challenges. Then I'm like, Alabama should, without a doubt, make the Final Four. It's hard not to put them in there. I should pick Auburn to beat Iowa at least, but do I want to put them further? No, I can't do that. I'm going to put Houston further, but what if I did? And what if they did win? And then what if I did? But then you start thinking, well, maybe I should just pick Iowa to win because everybody's going to pick Auburn to win. So you start second-guessing yourself, and that's when you might as well just take the bracket and let it burn to flames.
Nick writes in and says, the way the morning started with everybody talking basketball, everybody's talking about the excitement, I'm about to just walk out of my job just to join the guys down there outside of the Southern Kitchen and Cantina there in Uptown. Go do it, Nick, but you'll end up waking up tomorrow without that paycheck. That's not going to be a good thing. We do have some developing news from the NCAA tournament I'll tell you about right after I tell you about the great folks right there at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy right there. When you're enjoying the tournament this year, make it our friends at Bud Light right there. Kansas is announcing that Bill Self will indeed miss today's NCAA tournament game against Howard. That game was set to go off, or is set to go off at 1 o'clock Central Time on TBS. It is a 16-1 matchup, so it is 16 seed Howard, number 1 seed Kansas. But Bill Self will miss another game. He did not coach in the Big 12 tournament. First reports were a heart attack. Then they came back and said that it was not a heart attack, but it was a normal medical procedure at a local hospital. But he did have to stay overnight for some time there in Kansas City. There was some hope that he would be back to coach in the NCAA tournament, but at least one game down, that is not the case for the Kansas head coach. They are a number 1 overall seed, and Bill Self will miss the game today. That's official, not reporting. It is coming from Kansas. So Bill Self, we continue to hope he gets better. He says he's in a good place, but I wonder if they're just concerned about the stress of coaching in the NCAA tournament and wanting to give that a little bit longer to rest before he gets the clearance of the doctors to get back out there. With the distractions that are going on with Alabama off the court, it is very different, obviously. But here is another number 1 seed in Kansas with another distraction with now Bill Self not being there again. And they didn't play well with an interim coach. In fact, they lose to Texas in a big fashion, and you wonder when all this could take its toll on a Kansas team.
Yeah, look, Texas is a team I have winning the national championship, so that's one thing. And in the best conference today, you got Howard. It's not, look, if you can get some extra rest, get some extra rest. It's the second worst team to be in the tournament right now. Fairleigh Dickinson's the only team that's worse than them on the KenPom. But, look, get a couple extra days of rest. I know you're not going to move games just for the sake of helping a coach get an extra day of rest. They're playing today instead of tomorrow to get even an extra day of rest before they play the winner of Arkansas, Illinois. But that's going to be a tough game. That's going to be a game that, I guess we'll see how he's feeling and see how things are come Saturday, when they play the winner of that game. But, that Arkansas-Illinois game is another one of those 8-9 matchups I think we're all looking forward to. The Brett Bielema Bowl there between those two teams. And to see an SEC team, but, that's the exact same spot in the bracket where Alabama was when they made their Elite 8 run. It's close to the same spot in the bracket, one game down where Auburn was when they made their Final Four run. And, that's a thing you start thinking about when it comes to Kansas, and now knowing he's going to miss this game. And, we'll see what happens moving forward if Kansas can keep it going and not have a performance like they did in that Big 12 championship game.
Troy says no need for Self to coach today. And as far as winning the game, 100%, that is the situation. They will beat Howard easily today if they coach themselves. You just wonder about, what is next for Kansas after that when they have to take on either Arkansas or Illinois. Most people have that as a challenging game, and then you get either UConn most likely or another team. So it becomes a just like Alabama, in a very different way, but a wear and tear. And then there's Houston, another number 1 team with another question mark, and that's Marcus Sasser. He was at shoot-around yesterday. Saw him with my own eyes down there at Legacy Arena. He's down there shooting. But he's not moving normally, and it's a groin injury. They don't need him when they start playing today against Northern Kentucky tonight. Start time 8:20 here in Birmingham on TNT. They don't need Marcus Sasser either. But they're going to need Marcus Sasser in the next game against the winner of the Auburn-Iowa game. They're going to need Marcus Sasser after that when they have to play maybe Indiana. They're going to need Marcus Sasser later on after that when they play Texas or somebody like that, or then when they play Kansas or UConn or somebody like that, and then when they get there. This Houston team is good enough to win a national championship, but there they are. So the only number 1 seed that doesn't have something crazy going on is Purdue.
The worst one.
And a lot of people say that's the one I can't trust. But Devin, who watches and listens to the show, writes in and says, the fact that you guys don't think Purdue can win the national championship proves you know very little about basketball.
How have they done lately? Is that the one team we constantly talk about? I can't pick Purdue because here's 20 different examples of why I can't pick Purdue, what they've done to my bracket in the past. If you're a number 1 seed, you're a number 1 seed. But that number 1 seeds don't always make the Final Four. There's always teams that work their way in there instead. And they're sitting in a side that has Duke, who is not the same, but still Duke. Tennessee, who's been really solid this season. Kentucky, who's still Kentucky. A Michigan State team who's not performing like they have in the past, but still there. Marquette with Shaka Smart, who is a coach who has made a Final Four run with a much smaller team before. So it's not like, Purdue. I mean, they could cakewalk, into the Final Four. No, not at all.
Mediocre guard play, says Cody over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We appreciate you guys jumping in with us. 2 more hours to go. And we'll check back down with our Redmont tip-off party going on at the Southern Kitchen and right there at the Cantina high atop Uptown. That's the gathering place if you want to swing by there on your way into the arena. It should be really, 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 really great place to kick off the morning there with some great Redmont cocktails before you go in and watch basketball all day long. The first game inside the Legacy Arena today is the first game in the tournament, 11:15 on CBS, West Virginia and Maryland, a good 8-9 matchup. If you're hitting the road this summer or this football season, remember our friends up the interstate, up I-65 at JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com. They've still got those low prices on the 2022 as they continue to move the last few out off the lot there, and they've got great deals on 2023s already. Take to the road this summer. Show the kids America the way we used to vacation, the best way to vacation, or get ready for football season. Set a great tailgate setup. You can get all that with our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com, just up I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, or check them out anytime at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Back in a moment, right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at TimberlineGC.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
With you live now, hour 2 on the tip-off of the NCAA tournament, the main bracket. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Tyler Lunsford, Forrest are all here. Taylor Korn and Lance Taylor are down at our Redmond tip-off party going on down in Uptown. We'll check in with them coming up in a little bit. Riley Norris right here in just a second. We will get to Riley Norris. But first, Brandy, tell us about the great folks at Nichols Outfitters.
Yeah, don't forget I-65, exit 224 right there. Exit 242, excuse me, is Nichols Outfitters, where you find them. And when you head into Nichols, man, what you're going to find is people that just absolutely know the outdoors. It is turkey time, not Thanksgiving, turkey season in Alabama. And for all the turkey hunters, no better place to stock up on your essential gear than Nichols Outfitters and Pelham. Top quality firearms, camo, calls, and decoys, everything you need for a successful season. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham, nicholsoutfitters.com. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
All right, NCAA tournament time. Let's bring in our buddy Riley Norris right now. Riley, welcome in. We'll just sort of make this a live version of our basketball podcast we've done so many times. First off, have you filled out a bracket? Are you a bracket guy now that you don't play the sport anymore?
I am a bracket guy. It took me a while to get adjusted to the bracket life, but yeah, I'm a bracket guy now. It was just fun. It's fun going through there and trying to pick a team to win. Obviously, Alabama was at the winner's circle of all my brackets, so hopefully it won't let me down.
Oh, wow. So you're taking Alabama to win the national championship all the way through that. So we've got about 57 more minutes for our viewers and listeners to make it over onto our website or our social media or anywhere and join our bracket challenge. Help them out. Tell us who your Final Four is.
So I have Alabama playing Texas in the finals, and then I had UConn in there, and then I had Gonzaga.
Wow, Gonzaga. They are scoring a lot. I will unveil mine a little bit later on. So you got Alabama and Gonzaga, and you had Texas, and
Yes.
who was the fourth one?
So it would have been Texas, Gonzaga, Alabama, and then who did I have? Forgetting, I had one more team. I can't remember who I had.
Purdue, Tennessee.
So it was. I think it was Purdue. I think I had Purdue beat Memphis in the second round and making it. Even though in some of my other brackets, I made it quite a few to be honest.
Oh,
with you.
don't
My
be
other
that
brackets,
guy. Don't be that guy.
Hey! I got to have a better shot at winning.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's talk about the game today. And This is Riley Norris, who's on with us here in the next round with Jim Dunaway and Ryan Brown. As we look at Alabama tonight, listen, it's a 1-16. I know you have to take them seriously, but what are you looking for other than winning the game? What's the first thing you want to see for them in this venue to start off the tournament?
I think the biggest thing is getting off, playing fast. NATO's preached that going into the SEC tournament is we got to get off to better start. They inserted Quinterly into the starting lineup, and you saw them get off to some pretty good starts in the 3 games in Nashville. I believe you got to get off to a good start. And then also what comes along with it, when you're playing a team that you should beat and everyone knows you should beat, is you can't play down to their level. As soon as you start doing that and you start missing shots, you start not defending as well as you should be, then those teams can hang around and end up upset you. It's a good team. They're in the NCAA tournament for a reason. But Alabama should overpower them and should win this pretty easily.
Riley Norris with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You and I watched some of the tournament together in Nashville, and we were talking about Charles Bediako and just the development of him as a player. And early on in Tuscaloosa, it was almost like in high school when the kid that was 6'8", when he was in 8th grade, you put him on the team just because he's 6'8". But he's developed into much more than that, Riley. And when he plays well, the way he did in Nashville, I am not entirely certain how you beat this Alabama team.
Yeah, it really makes him a lot tougher when they have the inside presence, blocking shots, rebounding. And the thing about it is he doesn't have to score a lot of points to be effective. I mean, Charles he's so long and so athletic that he can affect shots. He can make, they can actually switch a little bit with him or go into a drop coverage, and he's cleaning up rebounds on the board between him and Clowney and Brandon on the board. So I think he has been key to Alabama making that run in Nashville. And then for a big success that they've had so far is kind of boiled down to the development of Charles Bediako.
When you look at the distraction that has been going on, you played the game. Now you add to the fact that Alabama's had to add a armed security guard or off-duty officer or whomever it is to be on the court during shoot-arounds, to walk to and from locker rooms, to and from buses at the team hotel, basically part of the traveling party now. As a player, and I'm not talking about this situation specifically, but you as a player, if that was something going on, would that be a distraction from you?
I think with everything that's going on, I don't think so as much right now. I mean, having someone else on the sidelines or a bodyguard following someone around, I don't necessarily think that it's going to affect anybody in a certain way. I mean, we'll see, though. We'll see tonight or this afternoon at tip-off if they're ready to play and kind of if they're locked in, because we'll know right out of the gate if there's some distractions still going on or if they're not ready to play.
And I've always thought, I mean, you can't make absolutes on stuff like this, but I think sometimes we as adults, we as grown adults who've, worry about, have a different set, I guess, of worries and concerns as a college athlete, sometimes think this is a big deal. This is a huge distraction. These are things that college athletes worry about, when in truth, a lot of times they approach life way differently than us grown folk. And what we might view as something that would be on their mind all the time may not, in fact, be that, Riley. I mean, you've been in that situation. Do you look back now and think the things that a lot of the fans thought might be a big deal in the locker room, we really weren't even paying that close attention to?
I think so. And that's a good point you make, because you're so busy with the prep that's going into the game, the shoot-arounds, the practices. I mean, you got so much going on. You got media obligations. You got all this other stuff going on. So it's not like you're sitting around on your phone all day like a lot of people. I mean, I find myself on Twitter some too. So it's like I don't have any of that downtime when you're getting ready for a big game like this and all the stuff that comes with it. So, no, I don't think it's going to – that's the one reason I say I don't think it's going to be a huge distraction, because I think they're going to be locked in. They're going to be ready to go. Okay,
let's bounce around with Riley Norris here on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline to some other games going on, because Riley's more than just a former Alabama player. He is a basketball analyst who watches a lot of game. Listen, I'm not going to say yet whether or not this is on my bracket or not, but I've seen the chat room enough this morning that says a lot of people are in love with Utah State, a 10 seed, beating SEC Missouri, a 7 seed. What do you think of Missouri as a team this year, and their guard play and what they're able to do? Do you think they have a chance to survive in what has become many people's sexy upset pick?
Yeah, I do. I think Coach Gates, he's done a heck of a job in his first year. However, Utah State's a good team, and they're traveling out west. So it's going to be a tough matchup for Missouri. The big thing with Missouri is not necessarily energy or effort or offensively. It's defensively. Can they get enough stops to be successful and to win a game? So I think it's going to boil down to the defense against Utah State. Can they stop Utah State from scoring? Can they guard the three-point line pretty well? Because we all know they're going to play the up-style offense. They're going to get out. Kobe Brown's going to get enough touches where he's going to have an impact on the game. But it's going to boil down to the defensive end.
We'll talk a little bit more about that defense because I'm going to just throw this stat out to you. And for our viewers and listeners, tell me what this stat says to you. They've got 4 players that those 4 combined average 37% from three-point land. Is that good?
That's really good. That's really, really good. That's next level type stuff. So, yeah, no, I just think that, like I said, guarding the three-point line defensively is the big key because the problem with Missouri is they're not necessarily big. Alabama gave them trouble with their length with Noah Clowney, Charles Bediako, and they brought Gurley off the bench. So they'll start Kobe at 6'7", 6'8", and then the big kid, 35, about 6'9", 6'8", 6'9". So they're not very big. Having said that, they have a lot of possessions. So they're going to get more possessions. It's not going to be a slow game like when you're playing Texas A&M or someone like that. So with more possessions, you got to be more locked in on the defensive end.
When you look at Tennessee, Riley Norris is with us, former Alabama player. You hear him a lot here with us. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. When you look at Tennessee as they take on Louisiana today, they have played 3 games without Zakai Ziegler after his injury, who was obviously one of their best players. They've only beaten Ole Miss. They've lost to 2 tournament teams in Auburn and then in the conference tournament in Missouri. What do you imagine their mindset is going into this?
I think it's just resetting. I mean, you hear it all the time from the coaches. It's a new season. Postseason, new season was the conference tournament. Then even when you get to the NCAA tournament, it's a new season. You got to forget the past, and we got to move on. But it's going to be big for them. I mean, that shows you how important Ziegler was to their offense and their defense, how much of a not only player on the court, but just like a captain and a good leader he was. So they're going to have to find it. Vescovi's having to handle the ball a lot. They don't really have a true backup point guard. So Vescovi's having to handle the ball a lot, which before he was playing off the ball and he was able to get some, one-pass shot threes, or he was able to penetrate after Ziegler penetrated and kicked to him. So I think it's going to be big. They got a tough matchup in Louisiana. I watched them a little bit in the conference finals, and they got some guys that can play. They're long, athletic, so that might be a pretty good game to watch.
Another great one to watch. We just talked to Andy Burcham in the last hour, the voice of the Auburn Tigers, but 5:50 here in Birmingham, Riley, 8-9 Iowa-Auburn. You know these 8-9 matchups are close anyway. But this, we talked to Wendell Green and yesterday on the show, and he seems to think the closest SEC team to the way Iowa plays offensively is Alabama. Alabama is much more a better defensive team, but Iowa likes to get up and down the floor. One thing Iowa's better than Alabama at is not turning the ball over. They only average like 9.8 turnovers a game. That's pretty good basketball from Iowa to score as many points as they do and not turn it over.
That is. Iowa's a really good team, and that's going to be a tough game for Auburn. I mean, for both ways. Those 8-9 games can go either way. I mean, you look at FAU, Memphis, you could go on down the list. But talking about the Auburn-Iowa game, Auburn's got to be able to slow down Chris Murray. He's their go-to guy. His brother's in the NBA, doing really well, and this kid he's really special. So I think he's averaging around 20 or more a game. So, I mean, it's going to be tough to slow him down. But if they can slow him down, and Iowa's got some three-point shooters that they're going to have to close out to and guard a little bit, it's going to be a lot like, he's right, playing Alabama with some three-point shooters on the court, and two, they're a really good offensive rebounding team. So I know Auburn got hurt really bad on the boards against Arkansas in the SEC tournament, so hopefully they've cleaned that part up. But going into the game, you know what you got to do to win. I mean, it's offense, you can defensive rebound and guard the three-point line, and if Auburn can get out and get some guys going, get Wendell going, get Janai Broome going, they should win tonight. It's going to be a good game, though.
Yeah, I think Auburn wins like you do, Riley. And tell me if this is true. Auburn's a really good defensive team. They've won some and lost some low-scoring games. I always feel like in these first-round games, the nerves, the new venues, just a different setup than a regular season or even a conference tournament game, that defense wins these early games for you, that defense is more likely to be ready to go from the tip than the offense, and that seems to me be advantage Auburn in this game. Did you find that experience as well, that in these type situations that defense traveled better?
Absolutely. And defense is going to travel all year for them. And Auburn's, like you said, is a really good defensive team. And that's one thing that the coaches, tell you even in the preseason is we got to be good defensive team. Defense travels. Even when your offense is having an off night and you're on the road in a hostile environment, your defense is always going to be there, and you can always lean on that. But Auburn's a really good defensive team. So having said that, coming to a new venue, NCAA tournament, we'll see. Maybe Auburn's defense will show up like it has been all year. And I said the biggest thing is defensive rebounding. Everyone's got to be on the same page rebounding for Auburn.
Yeah. Iowa, not a good defensive team. 166th in Ken Palm. So, I mean, that is actually that when you look at these two teams, Iowa better offensively. But the biggest difference between the two teams is their defensive efficiency. So if that axiom is true, Riley, about the defense traveling in a tournament like this, that is exceptional news for Auburn, at least in round one. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, the more games you go on, the more comfortable you get in a venue. The second game, you got more shoot-arounds there. You're going to be able to shoot the ball a little bit better and more confident. But I will say the first game, I mean, it's the NCAA tournament, so you're nervous. Everyone's anxious and ready to go. So we'll see. Auburn should come out, and there should be a good home crowd for Auburn. So they should be able to get the win tonight.
All right, he is Riley Norris. He joins us frequently throughout the basketball season. Riley, enjoy the games today, man. We appreciate the time as always.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Riley with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, and our friends at MyBookie getting you ready to go. We appreciate all the pictures rolling in from down at our tip-off party with our friends at Redmond Vodka down there. If you are trying to sign up and get into the action before the first tip, you can do that with a great promo code at mybookie.ag.
Mybookie.ag code next round is where you go, Dunaway, to get on board with the games today. It's going to be a fun day as the tournament officially tips off today. Don't get left out in the cold. I mean, start right away with this game right here in Birmingham at 11:15. West Virginia minus the 2.5 against Maryland. Alabama about a 24-point favorite at mybookie.ag. The Auburn Tigers a narrow favorite. Arkansas a narrow favorite. You can play all those games right there at mybookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up at mybookie.ag, and you can get a sign-on deposit up to $2,000. Now, that is yours right away. All you got to do is bet it once. Yours for life right there at mybookie.ag. Sign-on bonus up to $2,000 when you use code next round. Whether you're trying to grow a bankroll or you're just having fun and making the games a little more interesting, mybookie.ag can be your spot. Mybookie.ag code next round. Get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000.
Let's look at these MyBookie lines of these first session games here that'll go off now in 1 hour. First game goes in less than an hour. You got 45 minutes to get into our bracket challenge. Still time to do that. QR code one more time for me, Forrester. For those that are watching, we'll put up the QR code. If you're listening to us on great apps like iHeart or TuneIn, or if you're just on the Next Round app, thanks for being with us audio-wise today. You don't have the QR code capability there, but you can go to any of our social media or to nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com, click the link, and jump in quickly. Still plenty of time to sign up, jump in, try to win all the great prizes, including a possible $1 million. First game's in Birmingham, and it's got West Virginia -3 is the way we're playing it at MyBookie. And the over-under at 137.5. So this seems like the folks at mybookie.ag and in Vegas think this is going to be played sort of the West Virginia style.
Yeah, I mean, if you could get a low-scoring game, you generally like a Bob Huggins team, the way they play defense. So, yeah, I think low scoring definitely favors West Virginia in that one. So if they could keep the scoring probably, in the 40s, 50s, low 60s, I think you probably like West Virginia in that situation.
Yeah, and the next one that goes off at 11:40 on True TV is a 13 seed Furman and a number 4 seed Virginia. And this is a sexy pick, and mybookie.ag's line shows you why. It is Virginia just -5 in this one in a 4-13 matchup.
Yeah, Furman's offense, now they don't play a ton of defense. Their offense is really, really good. And, you got the classic good offense versus quality defense. Virginia normally known for their defense, probably not as good this year as it has been, but still very solid. Furman scores some points, though. This is very much contrasting styles. Furman that wants to score, Virginia that is generally low-scoring playing defense. I like Furman in the upset here. I went ahead and pick that one officially.
Okay, 2 more in this opening window. One of them we were just talking about with Riley goes at 12:40 on TNT. The first SEC team in action today, Utah State and Missouri. Utah State is the number 10 seed. Missouri is the number 7 seed, and Utah State is a 1.5-point favorite.
You know, I gave you my stats on teams that fit that profile. Really good offense, plus 100 defense. Top 10 offense, plus 100 defense. Those teams in 24 opportunities in the NCAA tournament are 5-19 in the first round. None of them have ever advanced to the Sweet 16. Missouri is in that category. So I think Missouri loses this game right out of the chute. I think Utah State knocks Missouri out.
And see, so you got an 8-9 matchup. You got a 13 seed that's only a 5-point dog to Virginia, so potential upset there. It wouldn't even be an upset. A betting favorite 10 seed Utah State and Missouri. So in those first 3 games, you could already have the chaos that becomes very popular this time of year. You're already a little madness for a lot of people's brackets. In those first 3 games could be happening. Then you've got Howard and Kansas. They go at 1 o'clock to end that first session, and Bill Self will not coach in that. They made that announcement today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're going to beat Howard.
22 points in my bookie. They're the favorites.
Yeah, this is just something I think you got to start watching moving forward. And Bill Self's health is the ultimate situation here. I don't care how it impacts my bracket. It's about his health. But I do have Kansas playing in the national championship game, and you start to worry about those types of picks if the head coach is not on the sidelines.
Who's the Cinderella story this year? We'll start finding out a little bit later on, less than an hour to the first tip. We'll check in with LT coming up, who is down at our Redmont Vodka tip-off party at the Southern Kitchen and Grill and Cantina there in Uptown. Good crowd gathering to hang out with LT and have some great cocktails before they make it in there. If you're on your way down to the area, swing by and say hi to the great folks at Redmont. Taylor Corn, our social media director, is down there. She's already decked out in her orange and blue Auburn gear. She'll move from that party right over to the arena to cheer on her Tigers later on today. Our friends at Southern Kitchen and Grill and Redmont bringing you that tip-off party. We'll tell you more about them as we get closer to the tip. This is the next round. Back in a moment after this quick timeout.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Back with you on the next round. LT's about to join us from our tip-off party down at Redmont, and he's going to tell us about Dr. B as well. LT, as you come in here, tell me about the crowd that's gathered down there early with you today.
We've got a really, really good crowd. A lot of diehard next-round listeners, which we always appreciate. A ton of gear. I don't know if you guys saw it on the way out of here, but we probably have 20 listeners, just 20 listeners with gear on. Outside of that, obviously, this place is filling up. I'm blown away.
Yeah, I know. Can you do us a favor, though? And I know Taylor and you are. Take some pictures with the crew and start sending them to us here so I can get a little bit of the feel. Tell me about Dr. B, and then we'll talk to you a little bit.
Well, Dr. B, right now he's offering that Sensus transdermal infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. It's revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of patients' genetically specific products without any needles. Again, when I first went to see Dr. B, I was really thinning out. The hair's already 14% thicker. I can swear by Dr. B. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Passink for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, genetic testing to help patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or call Dr. B today. Schedule that consultation, 205-319-0316, 205-319-0316.
The game you feel best about today, Lance, is what?
Alabama.
That's it.
No. Outside of that, for whatever reason, I really like this Maryland team. There's a couple of games I feel really good about. I don't want to give too many picks away. I stated earlier, I don't know if you could hear me, Dunaway, when we were talking. I think Jameer Young is the guy that can take this game over. West Virginia's defense, not good at all. And so I think he forced double-digit scores for Maryland. So I like the Terps in this one. And that'd be a bad exit for Bobby Huggins. I also, Penn State, everybody is talking about Texas A&M and how misseeded they were, and I agree with that. But I think Penn State's peaking at the right time, and they could shoot the eyes out of it.
Wow. So, because you're right, a lot of people sexy pick on Texas A&M, way underseeded. They're going to, Buzz Williams, people are buying into. This guy's made a couple Sweet 16s. It's a guards tournament. They got great guard play. You're not buying any of that. You think they go home right away?
I think they go home right away,
Wow.
and I think it's going to be just some of the stuff I've been looking at. I don't know how good of a day it's going to be for the SEC. I don't know what I was going to ask you guys. When are we going to unleash our Final Four?
Okay, if we agree that nobody's going to change, I'm willing to do it right now, right here, right now.
I'm down. I'm not going to change.
Yeah, there's no way I'm going to change.
Nope, I'm in. Let's do it.
I'm scrambling everywhere.
I guarantee none of us have the same Final Four.
I would venture to say you're correct about that.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go first. I've got Alabama out of the South. I've got Duke out of the East. I've got Houston out of the Midwest. And I've got UConn out of the West. LT, you're next.
I've got Alabama out of the South. I have USC out of the East. I have got Texas out of the Midwest. And I have Kansas out of the West.
All right, Kansas. Bill Self not coaching today. That's official. Won't be a factor today. They're a 22-point favorite. Brownie, what about you?
I have got Alabama out of the South. I have got Houston out of the Midwest. I have got Kansas out of the West. And I've got the Duke Blue Devils out of the East. It's the one I feel the worst about, Lance, is the East. I don't feel good about Purdue. I think they lose to Memphis in the second round. Tennessee in the 4 seed, they are just way too banged up. I do not trust Kentucky as the 6 seed. I don't trust Marquette as the 2 seed. I just started in the East knocking out teams I don't trust, and I ended up with Duke still standing.
Well, that was me with USC. USC could easily go home by 1:30 tomorrow morning. But I just, when I started going through the bracket, I'm like you. I just don't see a team that can win 6 games. I don't trust any of these teams to win 4 games. You know, the funny thing is nobody's giving Purdue any credit at all. Look, 3-3 in their last 6 games. You know, outside of Edey, I mean, what kind of presence do you really have? And you just wonder if Purdue finally breaks through, because everyone's doubting them. I hadn't seen Purdue in anybody's Final Four.
No.
We've got.
I think Riley just said it was in his, right? Riley Norris. I think he's got Purdue.
I think he says he has it in there. Rob and a couple other people, Kevin and a couple other people saying, damn it, I have Dunaway's exact Final Four. Well, the best thing for you guys is I can't change mine. You can go change yours
good point.
right now with our bracket. And if you have not entered yet, you can last seconds, 31 minutes away, less than 31 minutes away to go jump in and win Chuck's Bucks. You're down there with our friends at Redmont. We had to leave for technical reasons while we're back in studio. I would tell you that they're even commenting they can hear the FOMO in my voice that I'm not down there with you, because I saw the setup Redmont Vodka had for us, and basically the vodka buffet they had set up for us to just have a multitude of great drinks today. I miss that so much. Tell us about the setup and the crowd that is gathered there.
Yeah, so we've got 2 specialty drinks today. We've got one with their Vulcan Gin and one with the Redmont Vodka. And I will tell you, people are already getting lubricated heavily down here. So they've got those specials going on. That'll go on all day, too. So you guys can drop by the Southern, see us. Really appreciate everybody that's already come by. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think the Uptown District is open container. So you can come by, get a drink. You can walk over to Legacy with it, I think.
Yeah.
I might be misstating some of that, but I do think that this is an open container district. But Redmont's going to be here giving out swag. Our friends from Adams, Bud Light, they are here, and they've got a goal set up and come shoot, win prizes. They've got great specials too. So a lot of stuff going on down here. I don't want to make you guys jealous, but Eleanor from Redmont just came up and said we've got we're catering food up here at noon today for all of us.
Yeah,
so
for all of us.
I'll pack you guys a box.
All of us.
Yeah, don't worry about us, LT. It's no problem. We're still trying to work through some things. We may send somebody down there to hit you in the kneecap or something. Bryan Passink coming up in our next segment, hopefully. Okay, so he'll be in our next segment. So let's talk a little bit more about this first round as LT has joined us from our Redmont tip-off party down in Uptown. I don't have as many first round upsets as I usually have, and I had a formula I went into, and it just kicked out some upsets, but mostly chalk in the first round. Are you wacky in the first round, LT, or are you pretty chalky in the first round?
I'm pretty chalky. I mean, I'm just going down it right now. Higher seed, higher seed, higher seed, higher seed, lower seed.
I do have Utah State beating Missouri.
Me too. Yeah.
I've got Missouri winning that game.
Okay, so
you didn't listen to me. I tried to tell you.
Brown and I both are on Utah State for differing reasons, and you're on Missouri there.
I've got NC State though against your Creighton Blue Jays. I know you got Creighton probably making a run, but I like NC State in that first game, and I could actually see NC State going to the Sweet 16.
Well, I mean, but there you go. So there's one team that if you want to circle in, I do have Creighton beating NC State. I've got Creighton beating Baylor. I've got Creighton beating Arizona.
Oh, Jim Dunaway.
And I have Creighton losing to Alabama.
Wow. Well, Alabama and Creighton have had some great games over the years. That's one of Alabama's biggest rivals, I'm told.
Yeah, I just figure the way the universe is on brackets, that those two are destined to meet each other again. So Creighton could put me into it could put me losing a weight for a calendar pretty quickly, couldn't it, LT?
Well, yeah, Creighton could do that for you, but much like I trusted Rick Barnes in Tennessee last year, and they scorched me early, and that was kind of my death knell. I think USC could do the same this year. Boogie Ellis has been fantastic his last 6 games. They've been up and down. It's a team that beat Auburn earlier this year. It's a team that, they beat UCLA. They lost on a one-possession game to UCLA. So, they're quality. And when Tennessee was hold, they took them to double overtime. Boogie Ellis, Drew Peterson, those guards can carry USC. But if they go out early, which could be tomorrow, that could be a problem for me.
Lunsford, you cannot change yours now. Everyone on the show cannot change theirs. You're locked in with our bet up here. He says he has Creighton going out to Alabama too. So
I got 27 minutes though, right?
No, you do not.
No, we're locked in.
We all said we would not change if we unveiled them in this segment. So do not change yours. We're honor system up here. All of our listeners and viewers can. but not you, John Lunsford. Especially if you're going to start off the sentence with "damn it."
Thanks a lot, Jim.
Especially if you're going to start it off with that. Let's go to Bryan Passink, who's going to join us now in this segment. He's popped in. Lance, we'll come back to you in the next segment down at the Red Mine tip-off, but we don't want to keep Bryan standing by too long. Passink, man, how you doing today? Things rolling in pretty good on your drive down to the Legacy Arena?
Hey, you guys have a parking pass? My boys at Night Eating didn't hook me up, and now I'm driving around looking for a parking spot. You know, it's kind of crazy around here. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's kind of. We were talking about that earlier, Passink. I mean, you're a guy that has lived here quite a while. I can't remember an event in Birmingham that's going to create this type of atmosphere with two number one seeds, the overall number one, which is Alabama, Auburn being in this same region. You know, quality, historically good programs like West Virginia, Maryland. I have been genuinely excited, not just about the basketball, but just about the atmosphere and all the people like you're seeing walking around on the streets down there this morning.
Me too. I mean, it's going to be absolutely wild. Especially, I mean, let's assume Alabama advances past the 16 seed. Don't let Nate Oates hear me say that. He doesn't want to focus on anything other than the Islanders. But if you assume Alabama can move on, play on Saturday, I really like Alabama over Iowa. Saturday is going to be absolutely insane. Today is going to be great. It's going to be wild. It's going to be fun. To have the NCAA tournament back in Birmingham in itself would be exciting, but to have Alabama and Auburn here is just off the charts.
Yeah, you said Alabama over Iowa. You meant Auburn over Iowa. I understand parallel parking. I'm going to correct you there. Yeah.
That's a big little slip up there.
Yeah.
But I am trying to park.
Yeah, you do that.
Yeah, we're parking.
Hey, how are you?
20. Hey,
that's a deal.
This is fantastic. It's fantastic.
I apologize.
This is what makes our show. This is what makes our show.
Will you prepay for me at Dunaway and tell her to hold our spot?
Bryan Passink is with us here. Just in case he has to give private information, let's pop us up real quick while he takes care of this.
Another next round. Hello.
Hey, how are you? Hey, good morning.
Yeah.
And this is it. This is the experience of. It's like if you are not going down today, it's like a
Disney ride with Passink. This is the NCAA tournament Disney ride.
It's like we won some.
I would, normally I would try to keep this professional, but I know you guys too well, and so I'm just gonna wing it here in the parking deck.
No, this is the stuff we want. We don't want professionals.
Exactly.
It's a lot better. I am betting though that the parking deck's going to cost us your signal. So far, so good. But I'm just rolling the dice right now. Bryan Passink, let's talk a little bit about this team. Listen, outcome, likely determined, as you said, 1 versus 16. It's only happened one time in history. But there are some signs you want to look for to see that this team continues to be dialed in like they were in Nashville. What are some early things you're looking at today that says, okay, we've carried over Nashville momentum and we've kept it going?
Yeah, I think with this team,
100%. I knew that was going to happen. We'll catch back. Maybe Bryan Passink on the other side of this commercial break. I knew we'd lose that. It has just been one of those mornings in 30 years where I can almost predict the future as it's going forward.
Well, let me get mybookie.ag real quick. We got some games coming up.
But while you're here, Brownie, why don't you tell us about the great folks at, let's see, any of these are yours? Ironically, no. I'll tell you about the great folks at Simpio. Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. They can take care of your business as you start to do a startup like we did. Or if you're not happy with your payroll or with your HR, they can go ahead and handle that for you too as you get going. Basically, they handle all the BS that you have to deal with as a small business owner. You can join their company like we did as well. All you have to do to get a great rate on everything is go to Simpio.com. That's Simpeo, Simpio.com, 205-635-7467. 205-635-7467. You can join Simpio any time of year. There is no annual contract, meaning you can get out at any time. Simpio has a 99% retention rate anyway. Check them out online, Simpio.com, or call them up, 205-635-7467. Hopefully, Bryan Passink on the other side. If not, he's already given us great content today. And later on, Justin Hokanson joins the show, and a lot of you later today as we get ready for the city and the state to converge downtown to the Legacy Arena as we start the NCAA tournament now in about 37 minutes. This is the next round, TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa.birmingham.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. What an amazing commercial break. What I've learned is that the parking at Legacy Arena, the parking deck A, is taller than I thought it was, and it's a lot longer going back down, and Bryan Passink has yet to find a parking space.
I am super worried about going down to the Legacy Arena a little bit later, because Passink is still, through an entire segment with us and break, looking for a parking spot. Like, I'm starting to think they have oversold this deck, Passink, and you're not going to have a place to park.
I just want to get to the top so I can talk to y'all and have a good signal. And like how many decks does this have? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So you're not.
Oh my gosh!
You're not passing up parking spots just to get to the top. You literally can't find one right now.
No, I can't find one. My goal is to get to the top because I want to talk to you guys, but no, not a single one. My advice, based on the last 12 minutes of my life, is to Uber to the BJCC.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is usually the best way to get there. It is a crappy way to leave a basketball stadium. I'll go ahead and tell you that, or a football stadium, or anything else, because it gets to be a long line. Keep going to the top, man. Keep searching for that sunshine. That's your best chance today.
I didn't know we had this big of a parking. I didn't know there was this big of a parking deck downtown.
Yeah.
I'm getting dizzy watching Passink do this thing.
Apparently, Thursday is also a work day for all the businesses around there that use the parking as well. And I tried to tell them when they built a football stadium right there at the only parking they had down there that was probably not the best place to build that thing. But hey, what do I know?
This is probably my last appearance based on this. Will y'all have me back? Give me another chance.
No,
That's all I ask.
honest to goodness, and please don't take this the wrong way. This has been my favorite Bryan Passink appearance. Yeah. First of all, great haircut. I've seen this haircut move around all the way around. It's been fantastic.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm beating a dead horse here. People are probably tired of hearing me talk about this, but the play of Charles Bediako lately, Passink, has to me been a huge difference for Alabama. Just X's and O's wise, when Bediako is playing the way he is, and is that presence on the inside that is both the shot eraser, great rebounder, and a guy that can score in double figures for you, how complicated does that make Alabama to deal with?
Boy, he's a difference maker on both ends now. We've talked about it for a year and a half on the defensive end. He's one of the best interior defenders in college basketball. But what he's done in the offseason to add weight, to add strength, he doesn't get moved off his spot. He's able to catch. He's got great hands, really underrated hands and feet for a 7-footer. My fear with Charles is that he's been too good. I mean, we know Brandon Miller's going to go pro. Noah Clowney may not be too far behind. I don't want to lose Angry Chuck too, but right now he's playing at such a high level. Listen, there's a reason why Alabama is number one in the country and number one overall seed. This is far from a one-man team. Brandon Miller is either the best player in the country or at worst one of the best players in the country, but you've got other guys that are making huge impacts on this team, and Charles Bediako is a great example of it. By the way, parking spots, guys.
All right. Hey, we got open spots.
So exciting.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'm on the 43rd floor, apparently, of this parking deck, but I've got a spot. I'm never getting out of here.
Hey,
Never getting out of here later.
And by the way, it's well lit too. You look really fantastic there. So it's a good lighting. Everything's perfect. So we talked to Bryan Passink. You mentioned about the depth of this team. It's one of the strengths. We talked to Namari Burnett earlier this week about that. There are some games he plays 20 minutes. There's some games he doesn't get in. There's some games Gurley plays 20 minutes. Some games Gurley doesn't get in. Explain to the Alabama fans why that's the case sometimes, and then how hard it is for these guys to perform at the level they're performing at when they don't always get consistent minutes.
It's one of the most underrated parts of this team is not the depth. We know about the depth, but the unselfishness of this team. To have 11 guys who really all deserve to play. Namari Burnett's a great example. Noah Gurley's a great example. These are guys that are not getting the minutes that they would want over the course of the season. Noah Gurley late in SEC regular season play, and Namari Burnett in the SEC tournament. But what's amazing is how these guys have handled it. I mean, they are team first. Namari Burnett, so glad y'all have him on. I've enjoyed those segments. He's one of my favorite all-time players as people. He's just a great guy, terrific player. He's all about winning. You see guys like that really, I mean, he's a McDonald's All-American. I mean, he's a guy that is a big-time player. For him to not get in a game and still encouraging his teammates, have a big smile on his face after the game, just speaks to the character of Namari Burnett and all these players. They are about winning first. That is something that's been preached in the offseason and the spring after last year's loss to Notre Dame with this top 3 recruiting class. These guys are about winning. They're about their teammates. They're unselfish, and it's paying off in a big way. Namari Burnett's a big example of that.
If you had one guy that could break out of a slump, would you pick Mark Sears? And by slump, I just mean the way he shot the 3 in Nashville. He struggled, only 3 made threes, I think in like 22 attempts or something like that, Brian?
Yeah, I think so. Mark has been terrific this year. For a guy to come from the MAC, averaged almost 20 points a game at Ohio, the question was, would it translate to major conference, major college basketball? And it has in a big way. Second team All-SEC. He's a really good defender, much better on the defensive end than I thought. He impacts the game in a lot of different ways, but he has not shot the ball well. It's just a matter of time. Would love to see him in this game against Texas A&M Corpus Christi get hot from three. He's going to get hot. He's too good of a shooter, too good of a player to keep shooting the way he has. But I love the fact that when these guys struggle shooting the ball, it doesn't affect their effort, their defense, their focus. And he's helping the team win in other ways than just shooting, but would love to see the three ball start to fall for Mark.
Don't you wish that you could get to this time of the year and you could say, okay, I'll, if this was like a Madden version game, you could say, okay, I would take JQ the way he's playing in February and March. I would take Sears and Bradley the way they played in January, Clowney the way he played in December, and have them playing at those peak performances right now.
Brandon Miller the way he played in Columbia, South Carolina.
Yeah, Brandon Miller almost any time though. I mean, it would be awesome to take the best month of these guys this year. It would be unbeatable at that point because Clowney had his moments this year where he was sometimes the best player on the floor, Sears and Bradley, and they've all sort of not been as consistent here lately. But I keep waiting for them all to be back on the same page again like I thought they were at one point this year. And if it happens right now, this could be magical.
If it happens, everybody else is playing for second place.
Yep.
I mean, this team, when they're clicking on all cylinders, can win it all. Now, will that happen? It's hard to do. I mean, I heard the stat yesterday, which just blew me away, that it's been 10 years since the number one overall seed has won the national championship. It was Louisville in 2013. So this is a hard tournament to win for the team that is picked to win it before the tournament starts. So it's not going to be easy to win the national championship as a one seed. You know you're going to have 5 tough games, and it's just one poor shooting game or your opponent getting hot, a struggle when you just don't have it on that given day from your season being over. But if they can start clicking with all those guys playing at their highest level, then it's going to be a long run. It's been a historic season already. But if Mark Sears starts making shots, Brandon Miller continues to play at this level, Javon Quinterly, Mr. March continues to do what he did late in the season and in Nashville, then it's going to be a lot of fun here in the NCAA tournament. But it's not going to be easy. Looking forward to watching this Maryland-West Virginia game. We're going to assume Alabama can advance as a one seed. And that second game is not going to be easy. 8-9 teams beat ones all the time.
Yep.
It's not uncommon. That's going to be a big one. But I love the position that this Alabama team is in and would love to get some guys going that maybe haven't played their best and get them going against Texas A&M Corpus Christi here this afternoon.
All right, he is Bryan Passink. You can follow him on Twitter, at Bryan Passink. You hear him on the Crimson Tide Sports Network with Chris Stewart, Roger Hoover, Tom Stipe from all the basketball games. As far as the Tide goes this year, they'll be there, and we're going to let him head back down to base camp so he can go to the game.
He'll never make the tip. He'll never make the tip.
It's 11:15. Passink, you got a good 20, 25 minutes to get there. I think you're okay.
It's going to take me 20 minutes to walk down these 43 flights of steps at the tallest parking deck in America, apparently.
Well, be careful, man. We appreciate the time, as always.
Enjoyed it. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Bryan Passink with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, climbing up through the biggest parking deck in America. I wish I knew which one it was because it apparently is full, so don't use that one.
Michael says hopefully Sears will get going. A lot of people are saying the same thing. Pollard says if Sears gets going, they make the Final Four. Just one of those players that if he gets back to his performance and JQ they both coexist at the same time? And Bradley, I mean, that's when this team was at its best. We were saying such a guard tournament, man. If those 3 guards and then Miller shooting the ball, that could be tough.
Don't hold me to this exact number, but I'm pretty close here. I'm doing it off the top of my head. I think his last 3 games, Dunaway, going back to the Texas A&M regular season game, Sears is 4 of his last 27 from beyond the arc.
And if you're going to, if you're going to shoot that much and shoot that poorly, you shoot your team out of a game pretty quickly. When it starts to get in a 8-9 game, or you're facing a 4 seed, or you're playing a 2 seed for a chance to go to the Final Four. I mean, if that's the type of game where you throw up a 1 of 8, it's going to be hard for Alabama to overcome that. He does that against Corpus Christi. He can be 1 of 10. They'll beat Corpus Christi. But from that point forward, Sears going to have to shoot the 3 ball better for Alabama for them not to have to find, multiple other ways to win. I'm not saying a 1 of 8 kills Alabama, but I'm saying, boy, it puts a lot of stress on your offense if he does that.
Michael says an update on Brandon Miller's groin issue. It is a thing. Nate Oates let that out after Nashville. It is something that he continues to get treatment on. He's constant with the electroshocks, constant heating on it, and all the stuff you would do. But it is something to keep an eye on. That if it pops or goes the wrong way, it could be a defining story for this tournament.
Yeah, I don't know if Scott had punched the shot up yet when Alabama was coming to the podium yesterday. I think he had, but Miller, you saw him when he sat down. You could see it on the camera. He had that pad with him, some sort of contraption with him to treat that injury. So even Brandon Miller coming to the press conference yesterday after, was that before the shoot around? It was before the shoot around, right? Yep. Was already, was undergoing treatment. So it's been something that I think has been fairly constant for him.
Yeah, but as Tesla Talk said, how did that groin injury look on that monster dunk?
He looks okay.
According to people with the team, he played the entire SEC tournament with this issue.
Yeah.
So hopefully it is not something that gets worse, but that's your update for you there, Michael. Our friends at Odie's hosted the guys last night for Trivia Night. It's a Birmingham institution. Odie's located in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up the incredible lunches there today. If you want to swing by there on your way to downtown. For almost 25 years, they've been doing that. Burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including one of LT's personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. It's all right there. Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village. The question last night was?
Which came first? Rockstar, I don't know if he was surprised at the answer. Brad Pitt or Walmart? Which came first? Brad Pitt or Walmart?
Oh, okay. Let me get the guess.
Well, Rockstar heard the answer. I don't know if he was surprised.
Brad Pitt or Walmart?
Which came first?
The answer to that's going to be Walmart. There was one store in north of Fayetteville. I want to say was it Bentonville even back then? One store opened right there on Main Street in that little town just north of Fayetteville, and I want to say that
paint a picture.
I want to say that opened. If I remember, it was a little red and white sign with a little storefront there, like in any small town, southern city. And I'm going to say it was in the 1940s for them.
1962 for Walmart. Brad Pitt born in 1963, so Walmart was older. Not by as much as you thought.
Born in the first Walmart?
Could have been.
Yeah, be great.
Never know. I haven't heard the story.
He's a good-looking cat. Have you ever seen him?
Who, Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
You've been on the road too long, right? Glad to have you back. We'll check in with LT. He's at our Redmont Vodka and Southern Kitchen and Grill kickoff party that is jam-packed down there. Go follow us on our social media platforms. Little T is sending out pictures of the crowd that is gathered down there, getting ready for a huge day at Legacy Arena at the BJCC. It is March Madness right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the three-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Jay Heaps in a second about all the excitement going on in Birmingham down in Uptown. We'll get back to Lance as well at a Red Mike kickoff party. Developing stories coming out about Alabama basketball. One of those was a late night story in the New York Times about another player being named, being on the scene of that murder back in January. Alabama quickly and very strongly denied that report in the New York Times, saying that they were misinformed and that was misinformation, and about as strongly denying that as you can. The player that was named's father, who is in the business of athletics, has responded today.
Yeah, he's Marshall's athletic director, Christian Spears, and releases this statement today. I am just incredibly disappointed in the irresponsible and demonstrably false reporting by the New York Times. We're exploring all legal options at this time. I will have no further comment, instead deferring to the University of Alabama's statement on the matter. So Alabama has come out strong against that statement, obviously. And there's the father of the player, who happens to be an athletics director, saying they're pursuing legal options against the New York Times. That's how strongly they're coming out against that report that was in the New York Times, anonymously sourced there in the New York Times. So interesting story, to say the least, to keep an eye on there.
Yeah, and part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Injuries are something to keep an eye on as we start the tournament today. Marcus Sasser of Houston, a number 1 seed. Will he be healthy? Will he play today? How healthy will he be if they make a run to Houston in the Final Four? They're trying to get Sasser back in the game. Bill Self will not coach today, coming off the medical procedure that kept him out of the Big 12. If you have a medical situation that keeps you out of work or play, our friends at Precision can get you back into the game.
Yeah, from pediatrics to geriatrics, when the injuries start to pile up, you head over to Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations right in the Birmingham area. Call 855-219-6200 or precisionsportsortho.com. Jay Heaps is our good friend. He's with the Birmingham Legion. But before he ran a professional soccer team, and before he was involved in professional soccer, Jay's talked with us about it before. He was a crafty point guard for Mike Krzyzewski and the Duke Blue Devils. Look at him holding up the Duke jersey. Is the guy Heaps on the? Oh, I know it does. The old 2-2 from Jay Heaps. What is up, Jay? How are you?
How you doing, guys? All right?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. So, I mean, when you're a basketball fan, whether you play at Duke or not, this time of year has to get the blood boiling, right?
It does. It's such an exciting time because, it's such an open tournament. The tournament is something everyone looks forward to during the year, but it's really, for me, it's fun to see the teams start to get hot and what teams are going to be making runs in this tournament, but that can turn on a dime, right? We all know that, you start the game flat and start the game, not so well and it's over. So these one and dones are so exciting.
We will talk a little bit about the Legion in just a second, but I always remind you, bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. You can get tickets there. You can get group outings there. You can buy team gear, and you get the schedule and everything you need, including the latest news at bhmlegion.com. But just the excitement of the city, it's got to be good for the Legion and everything. A lot of people are down around your home venue down there. This is a big, the NCAA tournament's big. We've hosted big events here in Birmingham before, but there's something about having Alabama and Auburn here that sort of is, bringing the whole state together down in your neighborhood all of a sudden.
Yeah, it truly, you couldn't draw it out any better, right? In terms of, it was exciting that they got the bid for the NCAA tournament and, at Legacy Arena. But what's amazing to me is that it aligned and Alabama's had such a great year and Auburn, up and down, but having them both play here is pretty exciting. And like you said, we're actually activating down there right now. We've got our all our entire staff is down there, making sure that everyone knows that we play a big game tomorrow night. We're hoping that, we've got a game tomorrow night at Protective. So we're hoping great day today, both Alabama, Auburn win, some excitement, fans stay around. Then tomorrow night for St. Patrick's Day, you come over and have some green beer on, in our stadium. We're having $3 green beers, kind of get the excitement going for St. Patrick's Day. So you kind of get a little bit of a big, call it a sports weekend, and then obviously get yourself ready for the games on Saturday.
Yeah, 7:00 is that first kick tomorrow night at Protective Stadium. Tulsa is in town. Should be another great weather night as we get ready for. We're into the season now, and I wanted to give you a chance real quick because we had some of our viewers that were at the first game, and the Legacy Arena folks will deal with this today as well. When you put on an event, especially that first game out of the gate, sometimes there's some hiccups, and you guys made. You made a new pledge to your fans that would never happen again. I wanted you to share that with the fans here that may have not seen your official statement.
Sure. So obviously it was Saturday night was a great crowd. That was the important thing is that, by moving over to Protective, one of the things that we did was partnership with BJCC is that they have a food concessionaire in place that's Sodexo Live, which is a national company, but they've got, real big responsibilities in making sure the entire BJCC campus has that fan experience that each fan plays for and so or pays for. So when you go into these games for Legion, we've been trying to make some adjustments that have been a little slower than we want. So unfortunately, it was a night where unfortunately they didn't deliver, and that was quite frankly BJCC came out with a statement, Sodexo Live came out with an apology. So the idea now is fixing it going forward. And quite frankly, we can do a better job of making sure that we get, the things that the last 3 or 4 days we've been fighting for, our fans have been asking for, and it's been a little bit of a pushback. But now because of, being on the same page with the two partners that we have at Protective, we're going to get those things. Food trucks, that's been something, that's a soccer feeling, right? It's a Birmingham. We're going to have local food trucks in there that we know our fans want. It also, what it does is it eases some of the lines, because now, hey, if you're going to wait in line for a Wasabi Wands or Rosselli's Pizza or something that's there, you're more willing to do that. But also you get to see the action when that's going on, right? Because we're going to have it on the north side. So that happens. We're increasing the staffing so that you're checking your wristbands or getting wristbands for your IDs earlier. We've increased the staff that's going to be around it, and just the protocols in place that, quite frankly, you kind of have them in place and you're trying to make sure that they're there. But when you have a kind of a complete failure like we did the other night, for me, it allows us to reset those boundaries with Sodexo Live, make sure that we have everything that we need going forward. And that's what I said. I put it out there, and as an ownership group, our Birmingham Legion, we know our fan experience is critical to our fans coming. We know it's critical for Birmingham, right? We can't have, we can do great events, but we also have to be really good for the teams that are here. I mean, we are a local team. All of our owners live in and around the area. Our players live here. Our fans live here. It's not a one-off. We need to make sure that when we have 18 events, that those are 18 continuous, consistent events. And that's what, to me, has been the hardest part, because I think Sodexo Live does a lot of big events, but they don't do the the consistent, a lot of those, and we're their partner, and we got to make sure that they adapt to the environment that we need to have.
He is Jay Heaps. He is the president and general manager of the Birmingham Legion. As Jim said, bhmlegion.com for the tickets. That'll be a great atmosphere Friday, the night between the tournament games. A lot of out-of-town people will go over, walk over from the hotels. It's going to be a fun atmosphere.
And I know it's a silly thing, Jay, but, season 3, Ted Lasso came out this week, too. I think it gets people fired up for the, club-level soccer right here in Birmingham. There's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of excitement for soccer.
It really is, and it's that community feel. Can you get around your team, understanding that, that we are a small town team in Birmingham, right? And our players live here. The one thing I tell anyone that will listen is that our players contract with us. They're not hired down from other teams. They contract directly with us. They live in Birmingham. They have families here. So it's very different than a AAA baseball where they're signed for the big club. These players are signing with us, and we think that's a little bit different in terms of how they interact with the fans, how they really want to get to that grassroots of Birmingham and be a part of this community.
All right, quick basketball.
All right, here we go. I put on my shirt or what? No.
I don't want to pick a scab. But in your time at Duke, you lost in the second round as a 2 seed. You lost in the Elite Eight, and you lost a national championship game. For your team and your locker room, what was the most difficult?
Ooh, that's a good one. The hardest one was the Elite Eight to go to the Final Four when Kentucky beat us in 98. I think it was 98. Because we were up by 16 or 17, and it just felt like we were there. And this was, 2 years after Coach K was coming back from his injury and kind of getting there. That was pretty devastating in that locker room. What I was proud of was the next year was when we made it to the final and we lost to UConn. That one felt as devastating, but I think the game was never ours and we lost it. It was a really fight back and forth, but that game against Kentucky in St. Pete was ours, and we were up by 16 or 17 and a half, and we gave away too many threes and lost that game. That was, I think, Tubby Smith's only championship at Kentucky, but that one hurt pretty bad.
If you could give a warning, like if Nate Oates was like, hey, here's a guy that played at Duke and he kind of experienced what you guys are about to experience. You guys were the 2 seed in Charlotte. I mean, you're a virtual Cameron Indoor game in Charlotte as the 2 seed and lose to 10 seed Providence. If you could give a warning to Alabama, here's what you look for in a game like that. What was the first time where you're like, oh crap, we're in trouble?
Well, that wasn't when I was playing, so I got to look at it when I wasn't there. That was in
okay, that was the year before you then. Okay, my apologies.
Yes, that was 90. Was that 90?
90
no, it was, what year was that?
96, right? Am I right about that?
No, 95, 96, we lost to Providence, I thought.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. You were the 2 seed, right? You were the 2 seed and lost to 10 seed Providence.
I thought we lost to Providence College. I'm not mixing me up. I don't think we lost. That was years after, though, I think.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I don't know. But we lost to, my first year, we lost to ECU.
Yeah.
Second year, we lost to Providence in Providence, Shamgod.
Oh, wow. God, Shamgod. Yeah, what a name. Yeah.
And then my junior year, we lost to Kentucky. And my senior year, we lost to UConn.
Okay, I'm creating losses for you, so I apologize.
But
for that.
I do know, having been around Coach K and knowing what's going in and telling Nate Oates, it's really about making sure, and it's right now is a time for Alabama basketball to be really just try to get the noise out, right? Can you focus on what's there? What happens you get the NCAA tournament? Families start coming to games. You're getting more requests for different things. So I thought whenever we were at our best, Coach K created that environment where the outside world was it was shut off. You just, you had hopefully you took care of all the tickets and everything you needed. Hopefully your team admin took care of that. And if I was Coach Nate Oates, that's what I'd be telling our guys. Look, those things will sort themselves out. Let's have a manager take care of that. You focus on the game. Don't let any of the noise come in. And obviously with the story you mentioned before, the national news on Alabama, they have to be even more laser focused, and they have been. I mean, it's been amazing to see them play through some of this adversity. So I think if Coach Nate just keeps going at what he's doing, they're gonna have a great run at this.
All right, bhmlegion.com. Going to be a fun atmosphere down there Friday night. So go see the Legion play. Jay, we appreciate the time, man. Great as always to talk to you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have some fun today.
All right, buddy. We will. Jay Heaps with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, President GM of the Legion, but also a former Duke point guard, and I unfortunately put him in the wrong game that he lost. That's on me.
That's okay. BHMLegion.com for those tickets. Gutter Cap want to help you out. Don't put in the wrong place when it comes to your gutters getting clogged and causing just tremendous roof damage. C-Stu, our buddy, will take care of you with a patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate gutter cleaning. Backed with a lifetime warranty as well, it is Gutter Capped. Almost, in fact, now over 20 years of service right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder right now forever. 45% off the retail price if you go to guttercapbirmingham.com. Guttercapbirmingham.com. Let them know you heard about it here on the next round. You can call C-Stu at this phone number as well, 205-823-2212. 823-2212. It is Chris Stewart and our friends at guttercapbirmingham.com. Terrific folks right there. And we do have the kickoff tip-off party going on. I keep saying kickoff because I'm so used to being this excited during football season. But it's the tip-off party that's going on with our friends at Redmond. We're down at the roof of the Southern Kitchen and also down there at Cantina with a great crowd coming out in Redmond. And our man, Lance Taylor, is back there right now, who's sort of the grand master, the guy that's in charge right now, the master of ceremonies down there. Tell us about the party that's going on behind you.
Well, it feels like a weekend, guys. I mean, there are people all over Uptown right now. This place is really getting packed. Redmond Vodka, Bud Light, super excited about the games. And tickets are dropping, so that's good news for people out there that don't have tickets.
Oh, really? So the price is coming down on these for what? For the late session today?
No, I mean, not for the late. I guarantee the late's still going to be pretty expensive, but for the early session, for West Virginia, Maryland, and Alabama. Hey, what does that get in? Get in with fees. You can get one for $67.
Yeah,
wow,
but
that's not bad.
No wonder the good game tips in 30 seconds.
Yeah, but more people want to see the Alabama game. It's not the good game, but
yeah,
you got Alabama fans are driving up the market.
Tell me the night session's dropping. Then you have breaking news there. Then that is something.
Okay. I will check on the night session here in a second. And by the way, I've got we're up here with the Final Four, the Vulcan Gin Redmond Vodka folks. I've got Charles Barkley's Final Four. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet.
I have not. We know Alabama's in it.
No, I want to hear it. But have you had a cocktail yet?
I have not.
Let's take care of my FOMO first. Take care of my FOMO first. Walk me around real quick and show me people that are drinking. I want to see people that are drinking. What a beautiful day down there. Look at that scene. Just a beautiful scene.
Yes.
The Protective Stadium.
Protective Stadium. We got some signage.
Look at those guys there having a good time.
Redmond Vodka.
Look at they're having a good time throwing the deuces.
Yes, we got some girls sitting on a couch.
Talking about their brackets over there.
That's right.
A bracket here, bracket there.
That's right.
Next round.
Look at that next round shirt. Hello.
Hey, all right.
Yeah.
Look at that crowd over there.
We got more people waving.
Everybody's waving.
Interstate behind
more
them.
deuces.
There's some Bama fans.
Tide fans out there.
That's right.
Man, we appreciate you guys coming out.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Look at that crowd.
Look like one of Alabama's assistants there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful cloud structure.
We're inside.
Oh, okay. We're going to go inside now. That was just the outside. Lance just giving us the outside tour.
Oh, I thought he told us. I thought it was old Dr. Phil. I thought he said we need to take this outside. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the beautiful bar
beautiful,
there. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
You want to order a drink, Dunaway?
I do. Hey, can I get a Redmond and orange juice, please? She's ready to make it.
I'll tell you what the specials are. Specials today are the Slam Dunk. So this is what Little T is already on.
Okay. Who had Little T drinking first?
So that is Vulcan Gin, fresh rosemary, blackberries, and lemon. They've also got the Redmond Rebound, which is Redmond Vodka and Red Bull. No, sir.
No, sir, for Lance.
Truthfully, I could use one right now, to be honest with you. All right. So, LT, tell us.
And look who's drinking water.
She's a professional.
Yes.
She's a professional. She knows what she's doing.
That's called pacing is what we call that.
Okay,
Lance.
give us Barkley's Final Four.
You know what's so funny is I just showed you Eleanor, and when we were at walk-ons on Sunday night, she was like, "I'm going to do all this by color," and her Final Four is the exact same as Barkley's. so I don't know if Barkley copied Eleanor, but here we go. We'll start in the South. We all know that he likes Alabama to win the national championship, so he's got Bama there. And then we drop down to the East. He's got Kentucky.
Woo!
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, I don't like that play. I don't like that.
We go up. He has got Houston coming out of the Midwest. And then out of the West, he's got the Zags.
Oh, Gonzaga.
And does he have Alabama winning it all?
He does. He's
Yep.
got Bama winning it all.
Now, we did not talk about who we have winning it all. So let's go Brown first. Brown, who's your repeat your Final Four?
Okay,
again,
my
and then,
Final Four.
and then give me who wins the championship.
Yeah, you
game.
have to let me pull it up on my phone real quick here, if you don't mind, Jimmy
Wow,
D.
you don't remember it?
Huh?
You don't
No, I remember my Final Four. I was going to give you my Elite Eight because I got some interesting teams in my Elite Eight. I got Alabama beating Arizona to reach the Final Four, Duke beating Kansas State to reach the Final Four, Houston beating Xavier to reach the Final Four, and Kansas over TCU, heavy Big 12 for me, to reach the Final Four. I then have Kansas beating Houston, Alabama beating Duke, and I have the Crimson Tide of Alabama cutting down the nets 83-78.
Wow, so there's one person that's got Alabama winning the national championship. Lance, give me your Final Four. And then the winner.
My Final Four, again, is Alabama. It is USC out of the East. It is Texas out of the Midwest. And it is Kansas out of the West. I just, everybody's like, what do you think? The easiest path to Houston, we'll all agree, is out of the South with Alabama. I think they get there. Again, the East is a complete cluster. Alabama would beat USC. The Texas-Kansas rematch for the Big 12 championship, I've got Kansas pulling it out. Alabama-Kansas for the national championship. And I, too, have Alabama 77-73 over Kansas.
Wow. So you, too, have Alabama winning the national championship.
If Dunaway picks Bama, the Tide is in trouble, Lance.
Yeah. I think they're in trouble anyway.
Just me and you having it.
I have Alabama beating Creighton to come out of the South to the Final Four. I have Duke beating Marquette coming out of the East. Then I have Houston beating Indiana and Xavier beating Texas, and then Houston beating Texas into the Final Four. I've got UConn beating UCLA to the Final Four. Then I have Alabama beating Duke, Houston beating UConn, and then on that Monday night in Houston, 75-70, I've got Alabama losing by 5.
Losing? You be picked against the Tide.
I have Houston winning the national championship. Now, that being said, their best player may not play ever again.
That is true.
Which will be the greatest landmine of all. And Houston gets bumped out by Auburn on Saturday. But I do have Houston winning the national championship.
Bama fans, thank you for landmining Houston and not landmining Alabama. That's what they would say, yes.
That's exactly what the chat room is saying. Yes.
I was going to say, what is the latest on Marcus Sasser? Because, obviously I would not, and I don't think they play him tonight. That number is at 18.5 right now. But, if Auburn or Iowa, whoever wins that game, they're going to need him in rounds two.
Yeah, they absolutely are. He did do the shoot-around yesterday. He is not 100%. It's a game-time decision. He says that himself. I'll go through warm-ups every game and then let them know if I can go or not. I wouldn't risk it this game, but we'll find out as we move forward. That is a big play for me because without Sasser, they're not as good, and they probably don't make it Saturday against the winner of the Auburn-Iowa game. Because I think Auburn beats Iowa, and I think Auburn-Houston will be a hell of a game. And if Sasser's not playing, Auburn's got a chance to get to the Sweet 16. Tell us about Michelson, LT.
969-8100. That is the number you need to call. Find out if LASIK is right for you. I'm looking up in the distance. I can see the Top Golf logo clear as day. 969-8100. If you wear the contacts, you wear the eyeglasses, find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, it's been 20 years. I've got the 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call today. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
All right. We'll check back in with LT down at our Redmont tip-off party. One more shot of the of all the big crowd up there that's enjoying that over there. The folks over enjoying that. Some inside, some on the other side. Just a beautiful, as the games have tipped on the inside now. Thank everybody for coming out so early in the morning to get ready. And you can see some of the pictures there on our social media platform. Taylor Korn with drink in hand doing a tremendous job of sending out those pictures this morning.
Hey, real quick, Lance. Bobby in the chat room says, where are those tickets 67 plus fees? He may want to buy one for the Bama game. I don't know.
Hey, where are the ticket, the 67?
Where can he buy them? Not where are they in the arena?
Oh, where can he buy them? The Game Time app.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a buddy up here. He's just watching. It's almost like a stock dropping.
Sounds sketchy.
He's watching the Game Time app, and
Yeah.
it's just going down and down and down.
I'm not familiar with that, Bobby.
Well,
But
check. Yeah, we are not endorsing the Game Time
No,
app.
we are not endorsing that.
It's all on you, Bobby.
Yeah,
Tread lightly.
Yeah,
Yes.
we trust ATIX. All right, that is a quick update from our Redmont Vodka tip-off party there, 163 days away from college football. When we come back, Rockstar, who is back off the road, has put together another one of his unique Thursday 4 downs, and we will jump into that when we come back. This is the next round, being brought to you this hour by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Champy'sChicken.com, open for lunch, Highway 119. The games are tipping. In fact, right now, West Virginia out early inside Legacy Arena with a great-looking crowd. Looks fantastic on TV. 9-4, West Virginia's up on Maryland as they're just out of the first media time out there. You can go get food at Champy's Chicken, take it home and watch the madness all weekend long. Champy'sChicken.com, Champy'sChicken.com. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
One of my favorite things about what we do here is how you guys are working together over in the chat room about tickets and things. Keep that going, man. It makes an old guy's heart feel good to see you guys working together over there. Alabama and Auburn fans, cats and dogs working together over there for tickets. So,
It's family.
Yeah, keep that working. Let's all get in there and have a good time. We'll give you a score update in just a second. But our friends at Slice want to remind you that it's lunchtime there, and a great way to enjoy the time people are in the town. If you got friends out of town who's here, just roll them over to Slice and impress them with what a cool pizza place we have.
No doubt. I love that soul pie. I get it with no onions. That hot mama is really, really good. The wing and a prayer. They got so many unique, great choices there at Slice. I was hopeful today was one of those pizza parties, and we were going to get to participate in that.
I just went back there, and they said no, that we crashed their pizza party. But I said, let's send out, and they're willing to go do it.
You can get Slice, slicebirmingham.com, slicebirmingham.com. If somebody's in town and they're like, where do I need to go grab some pizza? Make sure you send them to Slice.
Yeah, that'll blow them away in all those convenient, great locations. So we are to game number 1 down at the Legacy Arena. West Virginia's up 11-4. Hopefully you got into our bracket challenge, but of course that is now officially locked, and we appreciate the thousands of you that jumped in there with us to do that. And we will wait and see who wins this thing now. Nothing we can do now but sit back and enjoy the games. Furman, Virginia, Utah State, Missouri, and then Kansas without Bill Self for the next 3 games that are up in line today on day 1 of the NCAA tournament. You were about to say something?
No, I'm about to say Maryland better get that offense going, man. I mean, West Virginia, Maryland has got 4 points with 14 minutes to go in the first half there.
Yeah,
they're going to need to get in gear at some point.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I do feel like that is a very traditional start. They just had 2 players running together.
Yes, that's not a good way to get offense going.
Real quickly to tell you who I've got in this game is Maryland, and they just had 2 players run into each other. Right here, watch this.
Boom! It was coming. It looked like
you zig, I zag. Don't both zig.
The dribbler thought he was coming out to set a screen. He thought he was coming out for the handoff.
At that point, if you're the coach, you call him up and go, "Hey, we're wearing white.
Yes.
We're in the white uniform.
Guys, this is game 31. We can't be making the mistake. I mean, that's a mistake we make in November. You think he's setting a screen. He's coming to take the handoff. It was pretty bad.
There are people that are upset that they don't have the unique courts anymore, that everything is one venue to the next. They're all designed the same. The only thing different is it says the city at midcourt. I sort of like it.
You like the uniformity of it?
I do. There are people that disagree with me.
Yeah.
They like the old, like when you'd play at Boise State, to have the big Boise State logo.
That's the one I was thinking of because it's such a distinctive court.
Yeah.
But do you also remember, like when I was a kid, as March Madness approached, after school some days, ESPN would show a recap of like the 1986 NCAA tournament.
Yep.
And they would show some of the regions. And they used to have on the scorers table, they would have the NCAA logo, and they would have each team that's in the region, their name would be on the scorers table. And you would, when you would watch those previews, okay, who's in that region real quick? Okay, you had Providence, you had Florida, you had.
But you know what bothered me about that is they were all in the same region, obviously, but the benches sometimes wasn't on the side of the table
of where their name was.
Of where their name was, and that bothered me. It's like, well, the 2 teams over in that column are playing each other. It doesn't make any sense.
But they used to show those back in the day, and they would have all the names of the teams of that region are on there. It is I don't know, man. I kind of do miss that, but I'm with you. I like the uniformity of it. I just like the fact that it looks the same everywhere. But sometimes you turn on, I don't even know where I'm watching.
Lunsford, the smart assness of Lunsford has gone up in the last 60 days. I think since Rockstar left. First person to email JL@nextroundlive.com the phrase, quote, Jim wants in on the pizza party, end quote, wins $25 from our friends at Fan Cards. Are you kidding? You're making fun of me now, Lunsford, giving away $25 in real Fan Cards bucks.
That is correct.
To the first person,
unapologetically, obviously. Yes.
I'm now like a old school radio contest. First person to email JL@nextroundlive.com.
8th caller
gets $25 from our friends at Fan Cards. By the way, I use those all over the place in Nashville.
Oh, did you? The Fan Cards? Yeah.
Such an easy way to pay for stuff.
I know, and you support your team in the process and can win tickets.
Yeah, and then, by the way, when that card is done, it's done.
That's right. You just toss it and go get a new one.
I was supposed to, right? I didn't throw away something.
Wrong time to ask that question.
Yeah, it was. All right, let's do trash. Big button time. Brian, I assume you have them?
I've got trash, Jimmy Dunaway.
I never assume anything today, Rockstar. Hit the big button, man.
Father of 2, Dale Decker, suffers from a rare and seemingly incurable condition that leads to him suffering up to 100 unwanted orgasms a day.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I like his laugh.
It's not a laugh.
Well, I know at the very end, there's a little chuckle.
Just like overwhelmingness.
Yeah.
You know, Tyler, will you go get the $2? We'll explain the laugh to
Why you
Brown.
talk with your mouth full on the show,
Larry
Joe?
and Gary.
Gary the Gator there?
No.
Hey, if you're ready to make some major money moves, get your bank account at a standstill right now, well, our friends at Mortgage Right can help you get the ball rolling with a cash-out refinance. Make your homework for you visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. West Ham, they are a soccer team. Am I correct in this?
That's right.
That's called football.
Football.
West Ham is where the little guy left Ted Lasso's team to go coach. He's now the evil former towel boy.
The old little fella. He's coaching there, huh? Well, they've had some viral videos come out of their stadium there of a man snorting white powder off another man's bald head during a game. Now, that is, we're not going to reenact it, Jim. You do have the bald head. I do not have the white powder. The footage appeared on social media earlier this week. Why did we have to blur out their faces?
I don't know. But I can't tell if the guy's unaware or it's a surprise or he's in on it.
So he's doing it with a rolled up 20-pound note. Shouts of "Way, go on, son," and irons can be heard during the short clip, which has since been condemned by Team West Ham. They confirmed on Friday they launched an investigation. They say they were disgusted by the contents of the video and acted swiftly to identify the offenders. But they don't know if this is actually cocaine, do they? I mean,
it could be. It could be pixie stick.
That's right. It could be a lot of things, but there is a chance it is cocaine.
There's fun dip.
Yeah.
There is a chance, but at this point, if you're their lawyers, you're going to be like, it's not cocaine. Don't fall for everything you see on the internet.
Yeah. Johnny, was that cocaine? It wasn't cocaine, mate. It wasn't cocaine.
Was it? It wasn't cocaine.
Didn't smell like it.
Yeah.
Pip, pip.
Yeah, smell the back of his head, see if that smells like cocaine. Weird story.
What if that makes his hair grow back? What if in that one little line, his hair grows back, the bald guy?
Yeah.
And then we all start putting cocaine in our head. All of a sudden, I'll be like, hey, my friend Dr. C. C is for cocaine.
Wow. It explains it. C is for cocaine, not cookies. Cocaine.
Let's go to Palm Beach, Florida, Dunaway. A man accused of walking down the street naked. We get a lot of this, especially in Florida. Florida man.
Wow. It's weathered Lexi Lawless.
Yeah, it is.
It looks like Tom Waits and what's the guy that plays? Oh, my God, the Hellboy.
Oh, yep. In the
Ron
eyes.
Perlman.
Yeah, he's got his eyes, absolutely.
Well, he's accused of walking down the street naked in Palm Beach, Florida, and he told police he's actually from a different Earth.
Oh, very good.
Right?
Oh, well, then go on.
Well,
bad.
you know what Earth he's in now? The one that gets you arrested. He's 44-year-old Jason Smith. You see his mug there.
That is a hard 44.
Yeah, I mean, that skin is leathered. He's been arrested on charges of indecent exposure, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest.
Not wearing SPF on his face either.
The ordeal, no, he's got to get sunburned. The ordeal began when an employee what?
I don't want to go, book by cover here, but if he's homeless, looks like he's got a good pair of sunglasses that he's wearing.
That's true. That's good. He's got the old raccoon eyes.
And those are the blondest eyebrows I think I've ever seen.
An employee from Taboo called police Wednesday saying the naked man had just walked past the restaurant on Worth Avenue in full view of the customers. When they arrived, the bystanders quickly pointed out the man to the officers. Smith told police he did not know where he left his clothes, and he refused to give a name or date of birth. So they took him to police headquarters for questioning. He refused to give his name still. After giving his name, he told police he didn't have a social security number or ID card, and he was from a different Earth. Now, I would like to know where that Earth is.
Different zip code. It's
in theory.
It's probably about 400 miles away.
Here's something you don't find every day. A human hand was found by a New York City dog walker belonging to a woman buried a mile away. The human hand was found by a man walking his dog on Staten Island. The body part was discovered at an intersection Thursday afternoon. It belonged to a 63-year-old woman who died in 2011, according to the city's medical examiner. The deceased woman has not been publicly named. She was buried in a wooden coffin in Resurrection Cemetery. Now, I'll point out, if you're going to call it Resurrection Cemetery, you need to expect that at some point.
That's right.
It started.
Yeah.
It's literally in the name.
At some point, you could have this issue. It is a Catholic burial ground on Staten Island South Shore, just over a mile from where her digits were found. It was believed to have been dislodged at some point around February 27th when the plot next to her was excavated for a new burial. So that's what happened there.
For a new...
We're making room.
I mean, you're in purgatory. because your body has been exhumed.
And I'm guessing.
What happened? All of a sudden, they evicted me. I was just laying there.
I was laying there. And I don't have a
She's
hand.
in a coffin, and her hand was dislodged.
I'm going to say we probably did a little more damage than just the hand there. So that's a sad story. Florida stripper is facing so many Florida stories in trash, by the way. I mean, Rockstar, if we did a show in Florida, trash could just be Florida. So the young lady, if you're watching us, you see right there.
She looks like somebody I know.
Interesting.
She ever worked in Tampa?
I don't have her. Let's see. We'll get to that, Jim. Let's see. We'll get to that. She's been accused of domestic battery after allegedly striking her ex-boyfriend in his head with, quote, a large amount of rolled up money that she threw at him.
Well,
Clearwater. So, yes.
Yeah, that is in the suburbs there.
Jim has met this young lady.
The rolled up coins. That's a tough stripper life there. If you're not even getting $1 bills, if they're throwing change under your platform, that's a hard life.
According to investigators, Tiara Miller, you see there, 29, and the 34-year-old victim both work at Baby Dolls Strip Club. The pair dated for 6 months before separating. About a week before she allegedly battered her ex. Miller and the victim, a security guard, were working together at Baby Dolls earlier this week when the man attempted to walk across the stage to speak to another coworker. She allegedly responded by taking a wad of money and throwing it at his head, hitting him in the back of the head.
So you know what happened?
She got a good aim.
She is such a good artist. She did not want him walking across the stage during her performance.
I'm just going to go talk to a coworker.
Yeah. She, by the way, the Dunaway of strippers. I'm trying to do a show here, guys. Don't walk across my stage.
By the way, she's got what we like to call priors. She has been convicted of reckless driving, marijuana possession, and driving without a license. So this is not her first run-in with authorities. Finally, here on Trash Today, presented by Mortgage Right. In his mid-20s, Marlon Brando's diet could be excused by his age as a fast metabolism. A co-star on his first movie said his diet consisted of fast food and peanut butter consumed, quote, by the jar. He was known for eating entire boxes of donuts and Malamars. What are Malamars?
Like the chocolate covered marshmallows.
I hate those things.
Yeah.
Brando eventually started to put on weight during the filming of a movie he directed. His dinners consisted of 2 steaks, potatoes, 2 apple pies, and a deluge of milk.
That's a lot of milk.
A deluge of milk. The costume department apparently couldn't keep up. On his birthday, the crew gifted him a belt saying, "Hope it fits."
I have a picture, but I'm just going to let you go for.
While filming of Mutiny on the Bounty, Brando split 52 pairs of pants. He had a plane flown into Tahiti full of hams and champagne, and one night he rode out to the lagoon with a 5-gallon tub of ice cream he ate while the director begged him to stop.
He's begging him, and he's like,
he was a little bit of an oddball.
At an Oscar after party, he challenged Paul Newman to an egg eating contest due to Newman starring in the film where he eats 50 eggs. Newman said no, but Brando said yes. He had dozens of eggs brought to the party. He ate 51 of them the entire time, calling Paul Newman a coward and a fraud. He was known for disguising himself at night, frequently hot dog stands of L.A. He would eat half a dozen hot dogs at a time. His favorite sandwich was a pound of bacon on an entire loaf of bread. During 9/11, he was fleeing New York City in a car with Michael Jackson and Elizabeth Taylor, and he kept forcing the driver to pull over every time they passed a fast food restaurant on the highway.
That's bullshit. During 9/11?
Yes.
It has the escape with Liz Taylor and Michael Jackson.
Yeah, that's I'm not even sure Liz was Liz Taylor still alive in 2001?
Yeah, she was.
Finally, in his old age, Brando ballooned to an imposing 400 pounds. Workers in an L.A. diner say he would be wheeled in, ordering multiple bacon and egg sandwiches, which consisted of eggs, actually wrapped in bacon, and no bread.
So what's interesting, this guy was a sex symbol.
Who, Marlon Brando was early on, yeah.
He was at one point, yeah.
So you're about to show us before death here?
No, this is probably one of the final pictures of him.
Oh, my gosh. That is not Marlon Brando.
Yeah.
Or as we may call it, if Maryland doesn't come back to win, Mr. January 2024 on our calendar.
You got Maryland going that day?
That may be what our calendar, 12 pictures of that with my head on it is what you may be facing.
That is trash. Presented by Mortgage Right. Listen, Mortgage Right wants you to know that you could save by getting that cash out refinance. Make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Good news is, man, they've played 10 minutes virtually of the first half, and Maryland's defense has held West Virginia to just 16 points.
Is there bad news, Jim?
There is bad news. Maryland has been stuck at 4 since I first noticed the TV screen was on basketball already today, and that was at the 18-minute mark.
Yeah, you remember when I said, wait, we're approaching 14 minutes, and Maryland's got 4 points.
Yeah.
4 more minutes have passed.
It is now 16-5.
They just hit a free throw.
Finally got off of that, but Maryland off to a slow start. And now that I think back, I've watched Maryland 4 times this year.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Every time I turn them on, they're playing from behind.
Bobby says, I just read this is Huggy Bear's 16th season in West Virginia. How has he been there nearly 20 years?
That's right.
That is wild to think about.
Yeah, if you'd have told me, Bobby, 8 years, I would have bought it. 16 years is amazing. I mean, how long was he at Cincinnati? I know he wasn't at Kansas State very long.
His first year at Cincinnati was 1991, and he coached through the 2005 season.
Okay, so
399 wins at Cincinnati. So from I take that back. 89 was his first year at Cincinnati.
Okay. So he's about to be at West Virginia as long as he was at Cincinnati.
Yeah, his first year at West Virginia was 07.
So God willing, and the creek don't rise, he will coach longer at West Virginia than anywhere else. 19-6, West Virginia leading Maryland. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's, champyschicken.com. That scoreboard update. 10 minutes now to go in the first half. Champy, Sterling, and the crew watching the games today. You could also roll down there and eat some wonderful Southern fried chicken while you watch the games. Get to-go orders all weekend long. champyschicken.com. That includes the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales and a lot more. It's champyschicken.com. Sterling, when you go there, ask him how far he has Maryland going in his bracket. Is it as far as Dunaway? I hope not. Right now, 19-8. That's our scoreboard update brought to you by champyschicken.com. Back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
LT back with us from our Redmont vodka tip-off party down at the Southern Kitchen and Grill in Cantina, high atop Uptown. We'll check back in with him momentarily. Also underway, 2 games now, where West Virginia leads Maryland 21-13 at 7:46 to go, and ticking. Maryland in the white with the red piping, dark uniforms with the gold piping for West Virginia. West Virginia has led that game, but Maryland's coming back and trying to make it closer. Meanwhile, though, Virginia is out on Furman 12-7 with Furman going to the line. Big lead for Virginia, but Furman is closing the gap really quick, and they've got a great crowd on hand. They're supporting the Paladins as they play in that region. Those are the only 2 games ongoing right now.
That's a bad start for me with Furman. It's going to hurt me if Virginia is able to win this game, and it looks like they're playing at their pace. Excuse me. I have been pretty impressed by West Virginia the way they're playing. Obviously, Alabama fans keeping an eye on this game because they get the winner in the next round, assuming they could beat the 16. But I think West Virginia, we talked about Dunaway wanting to make this a lower scoring game and play to their defense. They have certainly done that early on with Maryland. So I've been impressed with the way they have played this game, though Maryland is finally starting to score a few points.
Yeah, and that's the point. I mean, if they hit this free throw here, it's been the perfect start for West Virginia, but they're about to cut it back to 21-17.
Yeah, they've been on I think a 14-5 run there. So it was an opportune time for them to go on a run. They were about to get run out if they did not do that. Couple of thoughts. A lot of people are commenting in this. Some people had not been down to the Legacy Arena until they went to the shoot-around. I've seen this a lot in the chat room today. People are like, man, I'd not been back down there since the redo. And Legacy Arena looks great. It is very nice on the inside, and they've at least made it look a little more current on the inside.
Yeah, it looks really good, and we'll talk more about everything going on at Legacy a little bit later on with LT, but our friends at Bromberg's bringing you this part of the show. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's established a solid reputation back then of a fine purveyor, a fine location and owner of quality diamonds, as well as a jewelry timepiece location. In fact, Forrester is about to show you some of the great timepieces they have with our friends at Orvis there at Bromberg. See everything they have to offer at brombergs.com, brombergs.com. But whether you're looking for a gift for the groom, maybe a great Father's Day gift, or a gift for the son, these beautiful timepieces that are about to pop up on your screen there are one of the reasons why our friends at Bromberg's always tell you they're the place to go for gifts. And if you're looking for that diamond, you can also find out that that diamond, the one that you asked that person to be with you the rest of your life, is only just one stop away with our friends at Bromberg's. That Oris watch is absolutely beautiful, and you can get those too right there at Bromberg's. See everything, brombergs.com. Wonderful folks there, and there for all your gifts, whether it's the diamond for the special someone or that watch for the father, or maybe you want to just treat yourself. You can do it with our friends at Bromberg's. All right, LT's back with us now. Finally here, before we get to the top of the hour, to talk about the kickoff party, tip-off party going on down at Redmont. What's up, LT?
Not much. Had to take those earbuds out, not working there. Again, getting really crowded. I haven't even gone inside to watch any of the games, check any of the scores, because we've been talking to different people. But awesome time up here. We got great specials from Redmont Vodka. The same with our friends at Bud Light. So make sure you join us here at the Southern as you walk over to Legacy, or if you just want to watch the games here. We're going to hang out after 1 o'clock and watch all the games. So excited about that. Come see us.
Yeah, and I was talking to the owners there yesterday, and they were talking about, Lance, how after the games tonight and Saturday night. They stay open as late as they can. As long as they got a crowd, they're not shutting it down at 10 or 11 or 12. They'll go deep into the night. So it's a great place while the traffic dies down after the game to go celebrate. Or if you want to go to grab some dinner after the Bama game or the Auburn game and watch the other games, you can do that there.
Absolutely. And I think Uptown is going to be nuts tonight. It's no telling what time that final game will end tonight. But this will definitely be the place to be. And there's plenty of places. I mean, the Southern's obviously a great place. You got Top Golf right across. And then the activity down here, guys. A lot of people are staying in the Uptown area. But there are a ton of people that have driven in from, places just all over.
Lance, in the NCAA tournament, obviously the health of Bill Self is the biggest story. I don't want to diminish the fact that that's the most important thing. He is not coaching today, and you wonder when that catches up with Kansas. If he can't get back on the court, and it's up to Norm Roberts, who is a well-thought-of assistant, obviously. I think that's a story the Bears watching. I got Kansas in my national championship game, and the longer this plays out, just in terms of how it impacts the tournament, not Bill Self's health, the longer it plays out, the more I get worried.
Well, Bill Self is one of the best in-game coaches in college basketball. Obviously, he's won multiple national championships. But I would just say this. Let's never forget when Bill Frieder took the Arizona State job, Steve Fisher comes in, leads them to a national championship. And the national coach of the year, at least according to the Sporting News, was Rodney Terry. You see what he's done with Chris Beard's team. So I still think Kansas, with their talent, they've got a outstanding opportunity of making a deep run in this tournament. So when I filled out my bracket, I filled it out thinking Bill Self probably wouldn't coach.
I will tell you right now, after at one point being down 16-4, Maryland, in about 5 minutes of game time, has battled back to take a 22-21 lead over West Virginia, just down the street there from you. It started out about as slow as you could for Maryland, but they have fought back 22-21. And that's sort of been the story of that Maryland team all year, LT. They've been in some holes before, but they are a streaky offensive team.
Yeah, and Kevin Willard can coach. I don't know if you guys got me clear earlier, but, at Seton Hall, 5 to 6 years got them to the tournament. He comes over this year. He flips the Maryland roster, and they've been really, really good. And it's one of those storylines we've been looking out for on how good is the Big Ten? Do they cannibalize each other? Is it a bunch of really good teams? They got 8 in along with the SEC. And Maryland's one of those middle-of-the-road teams that probably won't be able to make a run because of what they'll run into in the next round with Alabama. And you guys see I've already moved them forward.
I noticed that, yes.
I do feel good about the fact that they were down 16-4 because somebody did come up to me and they were like, "You got Maryland today?" And I said, "I sure do." It was one of the 5 plays I gave out. And they said they are getting scorched. I said, "It's early."
They were. They only had 4 points at the 10-minute mark, and they have gotten hot at the right time to take the lead for a moment. West Virginia has taken the lead back since. But, their offense was awful out of the chute. The other game going on right now is Furman and Virginia. This is a game where I picked the Paladins, Lance, and it was a bad start for them. They started in a 6-0 hole, and Virginia's up 14-7 at the stripe right now. This one would be detrimental. Well, I'm only losing one game there. I don't think Virginia makes a deep run even if they win this.
Well, I told you guys I believe they will.
Yeah, I know.
And this is the factor, and this is really stupid reasoning. Well, Tony Bennett has been feast or famine. He's lost in the first round twice. Obviously, in 2019, he won a national championship. They've been up and down this year. But when I did the two Calcuttas I told you guys about on Monday and Tuesday night, nobody would touch Virginia. Everybody was staying away from the Cavaliers. And we ended up doing a 8-team draft yesterday, and I ended up getting Furman because I was out of picks, my last pick. But so I think Virginia makes a Sweet 16 run, and I think it'll be fascinating to see the contrasting styles of Tony Bennett and Nate Oates. But I do think Virginia's going to win a couple of games.
All right, tell us about Redmont again and what's going on down there. Do a little business before we hit the top of the hour here.
Yeah, I'm going to show you guys. The Redmont tent is down here right now. There's the fine folks from Redmont. Look at what we've got right here.
Oh, my. That's terrible.
That'll be big tonight inside. Give me a fake Barkley roll tide the way you did it the other day on our show. How did you say?
Let's go. Roll Tide.
That's how he said it. You're right.
Yeah. So the Redmont's there. Drinks. Little T. Is she on number 2 yet?
I think Little T might. Are you on cocktail too? Yeah, she's on 2.
Yeah.
All of her 97 pounds. I've had one Bud Light. I'm pacing myself.
Okay. So one Bud Light for you. You may want to put the brakes on her, or get a little bread in her or something at some point. Tell her that.
I'm not gonna say.
That Auburn
Hey, her
game.
mom's up here, so.
All right.
She's in charge. That's right.
Yeah, tell her that Auburn game doesn't tip till 5:50. Don't leave it all in warm-ups.
You know what she just said? She was like, "My mom's on number 3."
Big Earl's like you. He's on number 3. All right, quick break here. Top of the hour. Our friends at Redmont tipping off a great day down in Uptown. We appreciate them so much. We're back in a second right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show today, but the tournament is underway, so you guys are bracket crazy right now. Well over 1,000 of you are in our bracket. We appreciate that so much. I don't know if we got over 2,000 or not, but thank you to the hundreds of you who jumped into our bracket challenge. You guys were fantastic, and can't wait to see who wins this thing. Bragging rights and all that stuff. I would say if we got to anything over 2,000, that anything in the top 20 would be bragging rights worthy.
Yeah.
And we got other great gifts we'll be giving people. So I cannot wait. Cannot wait to see how you all do in the bracket. And we've got our bracket punishments coming up. And after hearing some of LT's takes, it seems like LT is either going to win it all or lose in a big ball of flames. He seems to be really out on a limb.
I got to and I do this every year. You get a Final Four team and you're like, ooh, I do not feel good about that one. Yeah. And for me this year it was Duke. I had Alabama and Duke playing in the Final Four, and I was just like, I got there and I didn't feel good about it. But I went back and looked at the rest of that bracket, the Purdue bracket in the East, and I just couldn't. I stepped back and I said, okay, if not Duke, who do I feel good about? And there's nobody in there I feel good about. Nobody.
Yeah. Bobby with a good point here. He was at the shoot-around. He goes, I'm telling y'all, Maryland shot 85% through the entire 40-minute practice yesterday. I saw where every team complained about the rims in Legacy yesterday, but don't know why Maryland would have complained. They were draining it. God, I wonder what's wrong with our rims here.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it did not bother Gonzaga or Alabama back. It was 100-90.
Yeah, plenty of scoring there.
I assume the same rims, unless they bring in new goals for the tournament. I wouldn't think they would.
Well, it's interesting that he said Maryland was shooting that well because they started awful from the field, but they have heated up since to make this a game, 28-27 nearing the half.
I'll be honest, Bobby. If I sit and watch the team over a 40-minute practice, 85% of their shots, I think I would have had them going pretty deep.
Yeah, I think I would go home and change my bracket. Boy, I got it upset here.
Hey, I'll tell you, in the formula that I use, and I sort of maneuvered some analytic numbers to come up with something, and we'll see if it works or not. If Auburn had not been playing Houston in the second round, like Auburn in my formula did really well against a lot of teams. They just didn't beat Houston in my formula. Like if Auburn were other places in that region, they would have easily been out to the 16 for me and maybe even the 8 with the formula I used. But Houston beats them, so I have to eliminate Auburn after they beat Iowa.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I see exactly what you're saying. I was going to make this point. So all season long, I have been updating you on the Ken Pomeroy trend, kenpom.com,
right,
where you take the adjusted defense and the adjusted offense, so defensive and offensive efficiency. Every national champion since he started doing this, 2002, has been top 40 offense, top 25 defense, both, right? Every national championship. So now, again, it does account for your NCAA tournament games. So by the end of the tournament, every one of them has fit in that criteria. So all year long, there was 1 week we had 11 teams. I think 1 week we had 12, down to 8. All year long, I've been giving you those teams. And I gave them to you the other day, right? So do you know the teams that just missed the cut? So they were either just barely outside the offensive window, defensive window, or both. One of those, the Duke Blue Devils. You got to be top 25 defense, top 40 offense. They're 26 defense, 41 offense. So that tells you a couple games of this tournament, they could easily play their way inside that criteria. So when I went back and looked at Duke, I was like, that is a team that does meet the criteria I have been talking about all year. You know who the next closest one was? Auburn.
Yep.
Auburn is just barely outside both windows. They're 28th defensively, and they're 48th offensively.
And that's why this thing being played in Birmingham may be enough to help them get through this game today and tomorrow. And then at that point, anything's on the table. Because if for instance, the formula I was using, if they were in the Miami, Drake, Indiana, Kent State area, I would have them all the way out until they played Houston. I'd have them in the Sweet 16. If they were down in the Xavier, Kennesaw State, Texas A&M, Penn State area, I would have them until they faced Texas. They score that well. The only people in the Midwest region that in the formula that I created using a lot of analytics. More on that in a second.
Yeah, okay. I want to ask a question.
I'm not
going to ask you for the formula. I just need some questions about the formula.
But of that region, Houston, Texas, Auburn was the third team, and I had to knock them out next because.
Well, that's my point. Is I do think Auburn is in that criteria really close to qualifying in that singular criteria I just gave you. But they're also in an 8-9 game. Because I'll tell you another team, Jim, that is pretty close in that criteria. And if you'll remember, they have been in it a couple of weeks when I've done it, is Maryland. This Maryland team we're watching right here. But they're in an 8-9 game. So even though you're pretty close in that criteria, if you were a 6 seed, I might buy into you. If you're a 5 seed, I might buy into you. But when you're in that 8-9 game, I mean, you got to be on to beat that one, or that one's got to be off just a little bit for, in West Virginia, Maryland's case, Alabama, and Auburn's case, Houston.
Jonathan says, more excitement in town today or the last college football playoff appearance? I think when Alabama was playing Cincinnati, that seemed like a matchup where Alabama just assumed they were going to win, but there was great excitement because you'd come off of beating Georgia. I'm still going to go football, that football is king, but there is something different about this weekend than other events we've covered.
I will say this, though. And I guess he means in the town of the game, because I'm never in town for the college football playoffs. I don't know what the buzz is like around here.
Yeah, I don't either. But
in Dallas, there wasn't a ton of buzz. In Indianapolis, there's pretty good buzz, but it felt like Georgia was the favorite in that game, and the buzz was more Georgia fans feeling like they were about to win their first championship.
That's right. That's right.
Now, for a half of that game before the Jameson Williams injury, it looked pretty good for Alabama. But so I want to ask about this formula. Do we need to do a commercial before I do that?
Right after our friends at MyBookie. It's actually a live endorsement instead of a commercial. We call them here on the show.
Jim.
Yes.
Rockstar, I'm about to do a live endorsement here.
All right. What is this brought to you by?
MyBookie.ag.
Okay, there you go.
Code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. When you go there and you sign up with that code next round, you get a sign-on bonus, a sign-on deposit, up to $2,000. You heard me right, $2,000. Now, a lot of places will give you a sign-on bonus, but the strings that are attached are what you don't realize, and those strings are you got to bet it 5 times, 6 times, 8 times, 10 times for it to become yours, right? MyBookie.ag says we're not attaching those strings. You bet it one time, yours forever. MyBookie.ag, code next round to get that sign-on bonus, yours forever. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Not just the tournament here, but the NBA, Major League Baseball coming up, the pro football leagues like the XFL and the USFL, weekly blackjack tournaments, all of that right there at MyBookie.ag. Whether you're looking to make a big bankroll or you just want to have some fun with the games, MyBookie.ag, code next round. That's MyBookie.ag, code next round. Now, speaking of that, was this not, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you told me this earlier today when we were talking about your formula. Was this not the same formula you used last year? That in 32 games in Las Vegas, you somehow managed to go 2-30.
Now that was against the point spread, Brown.
Oh, so this is just a formula to pick winners.
This is just to pick winners.
So you've said this formula does not really help me in gambling.
This is the first time I've ever used this formula that I'm using to pick our brackets this year. And I've taken some of the Ken Pom stats on offense, defense, strength of schedule.
Right.
And thrown them into another analytic.
Yeah.
From someone else that I like a lot.
Okay.
And I've did a little math last night and came up with a score beside the name.
Interesting.
Right.
So you're doing, because Lunsford does a little bit of this. Lunsford does he's got some sort of, is Lunsford back there? Does he do this, I wonder, for the NCAA tournament?
Do what?
The projected scores, where you try to assimilate and say the score should be such and such, such and such.
I mean, kind of.
You do it in high school football, don't you?
Yeah, but high school football is a whole different game and different data set, and it's easier. Plus, I have a lot of opinion on that too.
Okay.
Yeah. But so I did,
so you're doing the Lunsford process,
but
here.
I didn't come up with a like a score like 78 to 66 that the game score. I came up with a rating score for your team, your body of work for the year.
So it's basically their credit score.
Yeah, and lower in this case is better than higher.
Okay.
Like you get penalized for some high ratings and such. So my national champion Houston came in at a 18.
All right.
Alabama, my national runner-up, was at a 22.
What was Texas A&M Corpus Christi, just for a gauge?
I did not do the 16s.
Okay.
I just moved.
What's the lowest seed you did?
I did 15s.
All right. What's the worst score?
I had some. Once it got over the 200s.
You just quit paying attention.
Yeah, I stopped doing the math there.
Interesting.
Once it went over 200. And like I said, Auburn scored in the Midwest third best, only behind Houston and Texas. But because they have to play them. So it is a version of the BCS for basketball that I came up with.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Troy says. Basically, you've created a BCS for basketball.
Yeah.
So
now, it has never been tested.
This is our maiden voyage.
It's never been tested or used.
Neither did the Titanic.
And let's just say it was the biggest ship ever.
Do we need to look for icebergs?
Put it on the water.
Nah.
And the formula I used last year that I came up with, that I only tried once in Las Vegas, went 2-30 in the sports book.
So, but I like the fact that you said, "Hey, that didn't work. Let's find."
No. I'm using that same formula.
Same exact formula.
Again, gambling in Las Vegas.
I tweaked it a little bit.
I did not tweak it. I'm using the same one.
You're just not doing it against the spread.
So
So you think it's just going to be better picking straight up winners than it was picking games against the spread? Is your hope?
I did the old formula from Vegas I called my buddies and I said, "Hey, I just Venmo'd you unnamed amount of money.
All right.
I need a 3-team parlay for tomorrow because I'm bringing out the formula." And they said, "Is this the same formula you used last year?"
Please say yes.
And I said, "It is." And so they all, to a man, there's 11 of my friends out there, they all sent me a ticket that they all individually bought opposite. They call it Oppo Gym.
Oppo Gym. They're fading Dunaway.
Of this. But this is my play today, a 3-team parlay.
Okay, so based on your formula,
and
this is a 3-team parlay.
You can't get into this. You can do a 2-teamer. I meant to do this earlier, but we were chaotic this morning.
Well, I mean, these games, the first game's just now at the half. So
I can give you a 4-teamer for tomorrow if you want to get in on it.
All right, so this is your 3-teamer today. All right,
I got Maryland plus 2.5.
All right, and they are currently leading at the half.
It's not a teaser, but I got Maryland plus 2.5.
They're up 2 at the half.
I got Arizona minus 13.5. And I've got Boise plus 1.5.
So that is the Dunaway 3-team teaser based on your formula, which has never really been tested.
That was 2-30 last year.
Well, it's only been tested once poorly.
Yep.
I mean, you know what this is, Rockstar? This is the Titanic. It was just a big hole. Let's patch it up and see if she'll sail again.
You can't sail it without passengers. That's a dumbass thing to do. We got to have passengers.
It's a big hole. It's just a hole in an iceberg. Patch the hole. Let's do it again.
Now we're 3 ships.
So the 4 teams that I'm playing tomorrow, if you want to go ahead and scribble these down and fade me or play them, a 4-team teaser tomorrow. MyBookie.ag, by the way. MyBookie.ag.
Oh, yeah. Great. It's code next round to sign up.
Baylor minus 10.5.
Yeah, as they play UC Santa Barbara, the Gauchos.
St. Mary's minus 4.5.
As they play VCU, the Rams.
Drake plus 1.5 and FAU plus 1.5. Some of those numbers changed in Vegas when they placed the bet for me.
Right.
And they wrote back, they said they changed in your favor on every one of those.
Oh, the formula's already working.
And I said, that's good, right? And they were like, no. So we'll see. We'll see. So those are my plays for these 2 days.
What was the last one? You said Drake over Miami, and the last one was
Drake plus 1.5 and FAU plus 1.5.
And that game against Memphis. Tough game. Tough game to call. So your analytics tell you, well, you'll be happy to know this.
Lunsford just played the anti-parlay. That's
what
I
know he is.
That's what I want you to do, Lunsford. There you go. You played the 4 for tomorrow, anti?
Yeah.
You just went anti?
Yeah, played the opposite 4 teams.
You know, 2 teams.
Well, it's not too late for you to go opposite on that 2-teamer that hasn't played yet.
You know the.
You can get me in a death pool too, I'm sure, since you love me so much lately.
We've already got that up here. You know, Rice. You know, 2 teams that are very close in the KenPom metric of the top 40 offense, top 25 defense are Memphis and Florida Atlantic. Both of them. Yeah.
Oh, I told this to.
Those are balanced teams.
Oh, I told you on the way down that in my formula that they were tied, and I had one other that was.
Well,
tied.
I mean that would back that up. Yeah,
absolutely. So it works out good.
Richard,
who's a CUSA guy, he's a UAB game. By the way, UAB gets a home game this weekend, second round of the NIT.
I'll tell you what, man, if you're one of those teams that felt like you got the shaft in the NCAA tournament selection, that NIT is not good for you.
FAU plus 1.5 is a dream. He's seen FAU all year long.
It's a good team. Dusty May's a good coach. You know, they went 2-1 against UAB in the second one. They ran them pretty good in that conference championship game. Now, UAB, I thought, was the better team in the first 2 they played.
Well, because they ended up tied in my formula, I actually picked Memphis to win the game in the bracket. I'm betting them in Vegas, but I picked Memphis to win in my bracket.
So if they tie in the formula, you've coin flip?
I went with the lower
scissors?
seed.
Lower seed?
The 8 over the 9.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough, though. Anyway, I am actually very intrigued to see how this goes.
Now, I was drinking Red Mott vodka last night.
Well, of course you
so
are.
it could be
yes.
just fantastic.
Yeah.
We'll see how it all works out. Right now at the half, Maryland 32, West Virginia 30.
What a comeback for Maryland.
20 more minutes to go, man.
That was a great comeback, though.
Bobby's got FAU in the Sweet 16. What they did to UAB was impressive and rude.
It was. They're going to have to beat Memphis and Purdue. I mean, I do think the winner of that Memphis FAU game has a shot against Purdue. And I picked Memphis personally.
Several of you wanting to know, since I'm doing analytics, am I wearing my glasses to try to look smarter? I've seen me in glasses. I don't think it makes me look smarter.
You're going to say no to that?
Yeah, but Jacob calls it dun palm. by the end of the day, you may be calling it dumb pump. It may not work out at all. Let's do our four. Let's do our 4 downs today. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Tell us about Vulcan Tire and Automotive. No matter whether you're going to basketball or football, you need to get those tires and cars checked.
You absolutely do. You know, we were talking to some people down at, you heard Bryan Passink mention it, Namari Burnett. Some Auburn fans came up and said they really enjoyed the couple visits with Wendell Green, that he's kind of chill on his visits with us, and he's so fiery on the court. But that's brought to you by Vulcan Tire and Automotive, as is 4 downs. Don't let car trouble interfere with your big basketball plans in March. For the best in service in the greater Birmingham area, think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. Rockstar.
First down.
What would be the best name for a pet chicken?
Clucker. And you know what her mother would be?
A mother.
Oh, okay, I get that.
Instantly, I thought pecker.
Wow, Dunaway.
Because
I bet you did.
You know, they peck around on the ground.
Oh,
Yes.
they do. They peck.
They do that. Yeah, it's got no double entendre.
Yeah.
I thought crispy would be good.
That'd be kind of mean.
Yep.
My horse's name is Gluey.
If you have one that's not very good, you could say broken wing or something like that.
What about Cockzilla?
Cockzilla?
Yeah.
You can do that. Cockzilla.
Robert goes foghorn. John goes finger. Chicken finger.
Nugget.
Oh, wow.
Nugget.
Oh, nugs.
Nugs would be good. That's good. That's good. Call 1 7 after the 7 spices. Call 1 bucket.
All right, we got a lot of
Now,
chicken.
Samuel says Cockzilla is taken, I believe, Jim.
I said Cockzilla, but that's fine.
Second down.
Eddie says they actually call his pet pig Bacon.
Oh, well.
It's like a name and a threat at the same time.
Eventually it becomes that, yep.
What historical figure do you think you could crush in a bare-knuckle fight?
Napoleon Bonaparte.
That's the first one everybody thinks of. Is
Well,
Napoleon.
he was very small.
He was not as small as people think.
Oh, how big was he?
I think he was 5'7", 5'8". People think the history books say he was like 4'11". He was literally like, he's probably 5'8".
Napoleon Bonaparte, 5.
Lunsford goes, Mother Teresa. You're not right today, Lunsford.
I mean,
honest to goodness,
he's also not wrong.
You need to go light a candle somewhere.
I mean,
and get right. You need to get right. Dude.
Mahatma Gandhi too, right? I mean, he was a skinny fella.
Sam says Gandhi.
Well,
Catch him when he's not eating.
Mine was James Madison. His ass was 5'5".
Is he the shortest president?
Shortest president we've ever had.
Queen Elizabeth.
God.
Says Kevin.
Especially now.
I mean, you guys.
Are you going to fight or what?
Yeah, you're just laying there.
More chicken names. Colonel coming through. Bobby with a great point. Cockzilla probably already trademarked in a West Hollywood movie theater.
I need to talk to them.
Or industry.
All right, so 168 meters, or 1.68 meters is how tall? It's 5'4"?
A meter.
I don't know, man. I don't want to do the math.
A meter is just over 3 feet.
Yeah, I don't want to do the math. So he I've always thought of Bonaparte as like 4'8" or 4'9".
No, he's like, I think he was shortest is 5'7".
Yeah, he's a tubby little fellow though, wasn't he?
I mean, I would say, I was about to say Art Franklin, but he anchored news at
Ben
Fox
Franklin.
6. Ben Franklin, but you only see him old and sort of dumpy. At some point, he was probably athletic as heck.
Strapping young man.
And would kick my butt.
No, I think he was one of those guys that like to sleep in and like to
Who, Ben Franklin did?
talk to women.
Yeah, because he had some. He had some stuff in his bloodstream. Did he not, Rockstar?
I don't know about that. I just think
I think that was reported.
He lived in France for a while and like the ladies of the night.
Yeah. I may take my shot at Alexander Hamilton, because all he did was walk around, sing, and talk behind people's back all the time.
Yeah, seriously. Always singing, that'd bug the hell out of you.
Third down.
What side do you think you could eat with every meal for 2 months?
French fries.
I thought about that too.
French fries are easy.
Yeah.
In fact, I had the best steak I've ever had. I have not brought this up on the show. At a restaurant with Brown. He promised it, and it delivered.
Well, I'm glad it did.
The Cock and Cow.
That is the Cork and Cow.
The Cork and Cow.
Cock and Cow's a different place, but it is awesome. It's one dude and a huge fat lady. Y'all gonna act today?
That's like
I put my quarter in.
That's like a fried chicken and milk only place. A Cock and Cow. So Cork and
the cow.
Cork and Cow.
Cork and Cow.
Cork and Cow was
the
really,
cork is the wine, the cow is the steak.
Was delicious. The next day, I'm driving back from Nashville after our show. It was a little under the weather. I wanted to catch the Alabama game second half, so I pulled into another steak place
we'll say they chop their steaks. So I pull in there and I order. It wasn't as high end as I thought it was going to be and had grown accustomed to be honest with you.
Right.
But it was, it was still going to be a good steak. And I looked at their sides and I just said, tell you what, I'll just take double fries.
Oh, wow.
So I went ribeye because I was feeling bad. I needed some comfort food, Rockstar.
You got it.
So I went ribeye, cooked medium, and then I got double fries on the side, and I got me some Heinz ketchup. Was dipping in those things, eating with the steak. It paired well, so I would go 100% French fries.
Yeah. My question was going to be, though, you couldn't eat the same exact fries every meal.
Yeah, it's the same fries. It's not like you're doing different seasoning this time. Different. These are crinkle fry day. Tomorrow's thinner fry.
Yeah, like you could do one day waffle fries from Chick-fil-A, one day Wendy's fries, one day Hamburger Heaven's fries, one day Culver's fries.
I could eat just the normal fries, whichever fries you want them to be, with salt, as they're salted. As long as I got a little ketchup, I could eat that every meal for a month. Yes.
Third day.
What about you?
I was going to say fries. I mean, macaroni and cheese, boy, that would
get old.
I love macaroni and cheese. That probably gets old, and I would weigh 1,000 pounds.
Yeah. I mean, fries aren't going to help you weight-wise. But I could probably do chips, but I just thought to myself, instead of chips and salsa, I mean, I could eat that as meals.
You know what I will often surprisingly order as a side, if it is an option, is a fruit cup. Or fruit, cocktail or whatever they call it. I don't really like the fruit cocktail like if they put the sauce in it, but if it's just like fresh fruit,
I can do that.
like some pineapple, honeydew, grapes, I'll order that as a side sometimes.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
What peaked in the 2000s?
Could you truthfully? I did. Or early on.
I don't want you to be truthful.
Yeah, early on in the 2000s, I was sort of at a peak. I got a 12-year ago update when I was the Associated Press Sportscaster of the Year in Alabama. Thank you.
Who gave you that? Let's go 12 years back.
2011, 2012, however long that was, back to back. I mean, rarely do you go back to back. Both times.
Very rare, yeah.
Yeah. I was. Thank you. Back to back, 2011, 2012, AP Sportscaster of the Year and the National Sportscasters and Sports Writers of America. Both those years.
That's a mouthful.
That's peak right there, man. 2011, 2012.
We also started the roundtable that year, right? Or
no, it was 2010.
Yeah, that's 2010 when he invited me and Jim, or me and Lance.
Yeah, but see, that's year 2 or year 3 of the roundtable. We were kicking it pretty good there.
Hey, guys, jump on my back.
I think 2011, I think I got verified on Twitter.
Wow, what a year.
I mean, look at that. Look at that.
Jimmy Dunaway peak. Yep. Could you say great network television shows?
Yes.
You mean the whole genre?
Yeah, just kind of the whole genre.
Like the big, like Fox, ABC, NBC.
Well, I mean, yeah, like I would say, I don't know, I'm going to probably screw this up, but in the 2000s, your big network television now were probably like Everybody Loves Raymond. That had a good run, right?
Yeah.
King of Queens, which I guess was kind of a spinoff of that, had a good run.
Both CBS shows.
Both CBS shows.
Lunsford continuing to be a you-know-what in the back row. He said, yes, the roundtable did peak in the 2000s. It went in a different direction in 2010.
Wow.
That was when you and I joined.
Wow. Lunsford, a
what's
former
going
intern.
What's going on with you two?
The roundtable.
Lunsford is the new Kelsey for me.
You and Kelsey
Kelsey and I get along now.
Kelsey and Jim have buried the peace pipe, and now Lunsford has taken over. He's taken up arms.
It's good.
No, it's good. It's
all good.
He
just knows. He's just helping me make it through 4 hours. Is all he's doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the great shows on network television, because so much started moving to streaming.
You say that, but you still watch, what's it called? I know it just ended, but This Is Us.
This Is Us. I mean,
show.
That's the only thing I have watched, regularly on network TV for quite a while.
And you know what? I stream that, Rockstar.
Well, George Lopez is a new show, so that's funny.
Really? We're back again? Is he just making fun of being Mexican?
He's up to shenanigans.
Yeah.
You don't know what he's going to say.
Is it like all these Mexican stereotypes that are funny?
I'm a Chicano.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
And that's 4 downs.
Does he have like some old Mexican lady that says, "Mom, my mama"?
Yeah, and it's just you have to watch it. Yeah, I won't, but you have to.
Mi abuela.
And then when they had the neighborhood picnic, everyone was upset that who is this guy walking in? I own the house next to you, George. You should always talk to me.
Do we know any realtors?
Yeah.
Same comedy.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to.
That's our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire.
That was like I used to see it during the CBS NFL games. The Neighborhood, I think it was. It's the goofy straight white guy living next to the black guy, and
who was in New Girl.
Yeah, he's doing all the stupid white guy things, and they're like,
"What is up, bro?"
I know, and I'm like, how does this make it?
I don't know.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive, we are focused a lot on basketball. Don't forget to focus on your vehicle and keep it in top shape. The ASC certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on The Next Round. Just looking at some of the pictures from down at the Southern Kitchen and Grill, and right there in Uptown where LT's been all day with our friends at Redmond. Just loving the picture. I never knew everybody would also wear their Next Round gear out there today. The pictures have looked fantastic. Fun morning down there, LT, for you at Uptown. Tell us about first our friends at Harbin's, and then get us into what's going on with you down there.
Yeah, again, I wish I would have known Jeremy back in the day when we built our pool about a decade ago. Harbin's Outdoors award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself. I'm telling you, beautiful work, one-stop shop, or you can call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
All right. So right now at the half, it is 32-27. Virginia just started half number 2 over at Legacy Arena. where right now it is a 32-30 Maryland lead as they move to the second half. We're about to go with the third game of the day, which is going to be Utah State and Missouri. LT, for me, that's the first upset. I got Utah State over Missouri. Who do you have in that game?
I've got Missouri. I think it's a tough game, but I think Kobe Brown is one of those guys that can take a game over. Dennis Gates has done such a good job with this Missouri team. But, yeah, I kind of like Missouri. I don't love it. It's one of those games I didn't give it out. I gave out 5 plays today, and I stayed away from this one. But I've got Missouri moving forward. I think both of you guys have got Utah State, right?
I do. This is one of those that I really – it was kind of a toss-up to me. I went back and forth. I watched Missouri against Alabama, and I kind of liked the way they played that game. What really won me over was that stat I found, where they are on offensive and defensive efficiency and the history of those teams, and that solidified it for me. That's why I went Utah State.
Well, I mean, they got 4 starters that shoot 36% or better from beyond the arc. So, the Aggies are dangerous. But I went with a little SEC power there. We'll see how it works out.
Okay, before you show us more of what's going on at our kickoff party, and I know people have made it in to the arena leaving the party, but we've had a great crowd, and we're sending out pictures on our social media platform. But I had 3 plays using the same formula that I did last year that was 2 and 30. So you tell me what you think of these 3 plays today. I have Maryland plus 2.5. I took that.
I've got Maryland. Yep.
I've got Arizona minus, I think it was 14.5 when I made the bet in Vegas last night.
I stayed away from that.
And I've got Boise State. It was plus 2.5 when I made the bet last night. I got Boise State.
I like Boise. I think you might go 2-1 here, or maybe 3-0, or maybe 0-3. Who knows?
But if I go 2-1, what is the problem with what I did? I did a 3-team parlay.
Oh yeah. Well, then you're going 2-1. That's it really is. I hate this group. I want to show you this group real quick, though.
Okay.
At all their bottles, and they've thrown some away. It looks like, because when I looked across, there he is supporting the brand.
Yeah, he knows. He knows what brand we roll with. Thank you, man.
These guys, they are crushing it early. I love it.
Yeah,
love it. I mean, I saw it from across. I was like, my God, they're getting after it.
Yeah, the only thing that would make that picture better if they were Iowa guards and forwards, so they wouldn't be ready for the 5:50 tip for Auburn fans.
Hey,
I got a text last night that Iowa was eating at a local steakhouse, and it was from an Auburn fan. They're like, I'm going to run in the back, and I'm going to put some X-Lax in their desserts. And I was like, well, if you do that, let me know, because I'm going to hammer down on Auburn.
Hey, if they – Dunaway and I actually where we went to dinner the other night, Lance, and that location has got a new place where they do big parties.
Yeah, an off-property big space.
That's right. And, I mean, it's one of the best restaurants in Birmingham. And the manager walked over to talk to us and was asking us about, some of the NCAA tournament stuff. And – he told us that if Iowa beats Auburn, they've booked that facility for Friday night.
For their Friday night, night before the game meal.
That's going to be a heck of a meal can you imagine a college kid just eating all of that you want?
I mean, that's where we are now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember 2 houses down from where I grew up in Forest Brook, where the sun doesn't shine. The girl's dad was the Sanford baseball coach, and I forgot what his name was now. But he would make them peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for all the players on all road trips.
So he packed the meals for them. He made the PB&Js. Yeah.
He legitimately did it himself.
Hey,
you're going to love this, OLT, since you were not there with us the other night, and our viewers and listeners will too. This is So Point Dunaway. The guy who ended up not being one of the owners is making eye contact with me as he's walking past the table. So I say hi, he stops and says hi, and I don't know if he remembers me from my TV days because he was older. And we carry on a long conversation. Brown and I exchange numbers with him, blah, 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 blah. And he walks away, and everyone at the table is like, well, who was that? And the name that we go to, the restaurant we go to, is 2 names put together. And I assume it was either so-and-so or so-and-so, one of the owners. And it was not.
No,
either one.
It's neither. Not an owner at all. Dunaway just randomly talking to people.
Not shocked.
Yeah. Hey,
got his number.
Do you want Dunaway's 4-team parlay for tomorrow? He's got a 4-teamer.
Yeah, hold on. Let me write this down.
He's developed a system, Lance. Jim has a system now.
Yeah, everybody's got a system.
Yeah.
Lunsford even
countered this one too. He went oppo on this too. No, this is the same system I used last year that was 2-30, and I stuck with it because LT will tell you everything evens out. If I'm 2-30 last year,
30-2,
it'll go 30-2 this year.
That's right. Yeah. All right. So
I doubt that, but yeah, it does even out typically.
Baylor minus 10.5, like that tomorrow.
Okay.
I like St.
No opinion.
St. Mary's minus 4.5 tomorrow. I like Drake plus 1.5, Drake plus 1.5, and FAU plus 1.5 tomorrow.
I love one of those, but I'm not going to give it out yet.
Okay, please don't.
The other three I'm just indifferent on.
Okay, tell us about our friends at Peachtree Planning of Alabama, and then we'll get to Justin Hokanson in the next segment as LT continues from our friends at Redmond, our tip-off party today. If you want to plan for the future, plan with our friends at Peachtree.
Yeah, absolutely. Just great guys. And again, they'll sit down with you. I know people are really, they hold it tight to the vest when it comes to your finances. And I get that, but these guys are so discreet. They know exactly what they're doing. Peachtree Planning, they're an independent financial services firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They will offer comprehensive wealth management, financial strategies to clients. Wherever you're listening to us, reach out to Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, and retirement planning. Again, a bad investment can set you back years when it comes to retiring. The same for your kids' education. Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Give them a call today, 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437, and tell them the next round sent you.
All right, so for those that don't know where Lance is at the Southern Uptown location there in Birmingham, it's right next to Protective Stadium. Lance showing you Protective Stadium there, home of the UAB Blazers. Look at some of the next round audience. Hello. Home of the UAB Blazers, home of the USFL. It's about 2 blocks from the BJCC, from Legacy Arena, about 2 blocks away to the left there. Have you seen a single Texas A&M Corpus Christi Islander fan, Lance?
I have not. I've only seen, outside of Alabama, which is everywhere, as you guys can imagine, I've only seen one. Well, I've seen some Auburn fans, obviously, but I've only seen one out-of-state fan. He was literally solo. You guys want to guess the fan base?
Well, Maryland and West Virginia are playing. I'm going to say it was an Iowa fan.
I'm going to say it was a Maryland fan. I saw a family of Maryland fans when I was walking in my credential yesterday.
Dunaway, I mean, this might be your week. It was a Maryland fan.
I mean, Jim, he cannot miss. He cannot miss. I mean, he's predicting stuff in advance. Like he predicted some foul up I had or something like that. No, it's Passink. It was when Passink froze up. Dunaway was like, I knew this was about to happen.
Yeah, no,
he's seeing the future clearly right now, Lance. Times have changed.
Trust me, if I could predict your mess ups today, it would have been a different day.
Oh my!
Hey, Lance, man, enjoy the tip-off party, as Jim continues to call it the kickoff party all day. Enjoy the tip-off party down there at the Southern. All right, we'll see you in a little bit.
I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, buddy.
All right, man. That's LT. 2 more segments to go before we're done today, and we'll make our way down to the arena. Justin Hokanson when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Troy, holy crap, Jim, that was uncalled for. Bobby, damn, Savage Jim, Chris, OMG. If you guys don't know, we were joking at that point.
If you don't know, I'm used to Dunaway.
I'm as much part of the problem as anyone else.
We can't, not more.
We can't handle the cut lines. Yes. Blah, 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 blah. We can't handle that.
All right, you want to talk to Hoke?
Justin Hokanson here. Let's get to him, man.
Hoke is with On3 Sports, AuburnLive.com.
Hokanson used to be our intern, so he knows how we fight.
@_J Hokanson. Hoke, did we fight a lot when you interned with us? Were we an old married couple then, too?
Yeah.
Okay, Hoke's not going to sugarcoat it. Yeah, pretty much. Did you wonder if we actually liked each other?
Oh, sure, at times. But, you know, that's like family. At times you're like, are these people related? Like, are they like each other or not?
Yeah, that's kind of that's what I've told people. Like me and Jim and Lance. I mean, we fight with each other. And Rockstar too, when he's manages to be in town. We fight like we fight like brothers. I mean, we really do. We fight like brothers, love like brothers. You know.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. So Auburn tipping off a little bit later on today for the Tigers. You know, Wendell Green was on with us the other day in his weekly appearance with us, and I made the point. I was like, look, if you want to go glass half full, this should be a rested team. You played a Saturday. You had basically half a week off, played one game, you're done, have another almost full week off before you play again. It's got to be as well rested, got to have about as good a legs as you've had.
Yeah, I would think so, especially considering the last 3 weeks. Not just the normal schedule, but the fact that, the pressure that was on them, the bubble talk, probably had a little bit of extra stress. In some of those close games, you're playing a lot of minutes. So, yeah, it should be a well-rested team. And for a team like Auburn to be at its best, if they're playing with high energy and they're playing with a motor on defense and they're running and things like that, that's what they're at their best. So if their energy level's high, that's a good thing for them. So they should come out fresh and rested confidence-wise. I don't really think it's going to be an issue, even despite some of the close losses they've had. They've been pretty resilient. So I think both energy and from a confidence perspective, they'll come out, in a good spot.
Hey, KD Johnson has been such a spark plug here lately. Do they need him to continue playing the way he's playing, and I guess we sometimes say this about Javon Quinley at Alabama. Are they better when the other people are playing good and they don't need the KD spark? Sometimes the Alabama people are telling me, Hoke, they're better when the other players are playing great and they don't have to play JQ's ball. Is Auburn better when they're playing great without KD, or are they best when KD's playing the way he's been playing the last few games?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're better when he's playing that way. I mean, when he's not, it just takes away. There's only so many guys on that team that are legit scoring threats, whether it's from three, he can drive. Like, KD can kind of create his own, and they don't have a lot of those guys. So I would say if he's in a good place and he's playing that well, that's a huge thing for them because, I mean, that Arkansas game, they didn't have a lot going. And he absolutely single-handedly elevated Auburn in that game and brought them back because he was able to create things on both sides of the floor. So, yeah, when he's at his best, Auburn's a lot better. I think more importantly is with somebody like KD, it's like, don't be at your worst. Because so when KD's really bad or when Al's really bad, that's what you don't want. You don't want turnovers and poor shot selection. That's what you don't want. So I'd almost say you don't want that versus, they don't need KD to score 20. I mean, if he does, great. They can be competitive and win. He doesn't have to score 20. It depends on how the game's going. What they can't have is some guys just having games where they play and they have 3 turnovers and they're 0 for 8 or 1 for 8. That's what they can't afford.
Justin Hokanson with us on 3 Sports, AuburnLive.com, @_Jay Hokanson on Twitter. You know enough of the Auburn fans. You see the message boards. You get the the Twitter stuff. You know that Wendell Green and his shots at the end of the game, a lot of Auburn fans are frustrated. Dunaway asked him about it when he was on with us yesterday, and he said, "Hey, if Coach keeps drawing it up, well, I'm gonna take the shots." So, I mean, do you believe you have Auburn down 1, 8 seconds to go? Bruce Pearl's like, "We're going to draw up a play for Wendell Green." Is that the best option?
Oh man. I mean, who am I to disagree with Bruce Pearl?
Well, I know, but I mean, you don't have to. I mean, do you think that's what Bruce Pearl is saying? Yeah, I mean, that is our best option.
Yeah, I think it depends on how much time's left. I think it depends on the matchups. I mean, I didn't have a problem, for instance, with 3.5 seconds letting Wendell take that shot because it's probably going to be a tough 3. You've only got a few seconds. Wendell's pretty good at making tough shots, so there's only so many options there. I mean, the way KD's playing lately, you would love to give him the ball and let him create, drive, get to the basket, draw a foul, whatever. But, KD can be a little unreliable handling the basketball. Like, they don't really have that guy. So, I mean, if you don't want Wendell to handle the ball, let's say in the last 20 seconds, who do you want to handle the ball? Jalen can do things, but you're not going to give Jalen the ball outside and say, go create. That's not really him. KD can, but again, KD's unpredictable. Al's unpredictable. So, I don't know. I mean, I get some of the criticisms, but I also think, look, they've put Wendell in those situations, and yes, he's made a lot of mistakes and missed shots, but I don't know. You put him in the situation, and he's I guess been more visible than the other guys. If it would have been KD or other guys and they missed shots, there's criticism on them. So I don't know. I think it just depends on the matchup, but I also think they don't have a guy. Like, if you just had to choose a guy to take care of the basketball, to dribble, and to try to get open or get something for somebody else, you're probably going with Wendell. It's just about decision making. For Wendell, like the end of that Arkansas game, for him to sprint down the way he did, 20 seconds left, that was insane. That was just a terrible decision. Whereas if he's a little under control and kicks it back out, you have KD and Jalen wide open. So the ball being in his hands wasn't a big deal, but it's the decision he made when the ball was in his hands. So he's just got to get better at that. But I don't know that they have a whole lot of better options.
All right, before you go, Bobby wants us to ask you, with the discussion of Westry saying he can't wait to come back healthy for Auburn next year, what do you think Traore does? What about Jalen Williams? What about Flanagan? What's your feel on what some of these key players might do next year for Auburn?
Right now, my gut would be that, Champ comes back. I think Traore is going to have to look hard at other options because I think Jalen will come back. I'm not sure on that, but I think Auburn will make him a priority. He's got that COVID year to use, and I think that they want him to come back and pair up with Janai Broome. And so I would lean Jalen coming back. And so if Jalen and Janai come back, I think Juwan's going to have to look at this and go, where do I fit in? He's a really talented young player, and a kid like that's that talented out of high school, he's going to have people in his ear. He's going to have options. So I'd sort of be a little surprised if Traore stayed, if Jalen and Janai both come back. I think KD probably will come back. I think there's going to be some thought there of, am I okay coming off the bench, or could I go somewhere else and start? But KD gets a lot of freedom with Bruce's system too, and KD's a player who needs a lot of that. So I think KD probably comes back, and then Al's a player that I think probably moves on. He could use a COVID year, but I think I think Auburn and Al Flanagan has probably run its course. I think he probably moves on as well. So, but we'll see. I mean, a lot of it's fluid. So but that's kind of my gut feeling right now.
All right, AuburnLive.com @_Jay Hokanson on Twitter, part of On3 Sports. There is where you get all of his work. Hoke, enjoy the games, man. We appreciate the time. See you in a little bit.
All right, see you.
All right, buddy. Hoke with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
A scoreboard update when we come back, and some final thoughts from our Redmond tip-off party down in the Uptown area. Show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Lance will send out a lock a little bit later on at The Lance Taylor, for the company that fixes it right, fixes it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. It's our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services, call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. It's Hemp Hill. Adam, Chad, great folks there. Call them up, trust them. All your heating, all your plumbing, and all your cooling needs. Back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
New York Butcher Shop scoreboard update. West Virginia's pulled out to an 8-point lead over Maryland. That's going good if you've got the West Virginia team. Winner of that game likely gets Alabama on Saturday if Alabama survives the 116 matchup later today. Alabama does tip off there at, 1:45 today, 1:45. So not too far away from now, less than an hour of that scheduled tip. Virginia leading Furman 36-27. They've started the second half there. Still in the first half of Missouri and Utah State, but Missouri's off to a great start. 16-8, Missouri leading Utah State there. And the next game up is Howard and Kansas with no Bill Self. That is official. That's a New York Butcher Shop scoreboard update.
You know, we all love grilling. We all love steaks on this show so often. They're Steak Bets. Jim and Lance's Steak Bets presented by New York Butcher Shop. It's where they pay them off right there. Our buddy Jim and the entire staff at New York Butcher Shop do a tremendous job. Cava Heights in Birmingham, also just off 119 in the Greystone area in Birmingham. New York Butcher Shop, well done quality, rare service.
No LT here, but he is still down at the Redmond tip-off party, and so we'll just catch up with him on the show tomorrow. We're back in studio tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time, but we're down at Todd English tomorrow, 5 to 7. We'll be down there tomorrow night, 5 to 7 p.m., watching the games and enjoying St. Patrick's Day. So we look forward to that tomorrow, 5 to 7 with a specialty show, but in studio tomorrow for our 9 to 1 show. Many of you are talking about your brackets over there. Can't wait to continue to follow and check out the leaderboards when the games start going final over on the Final Four. Make sure you save that website and check the leaderboard throughout the process there. Thank you so much to Redmond today for hosting that tip-off party. That's what our buddy Jace says. He says, first game's at 11. Everything going on with Birmingham hosting the NCAA tournament. The only places open in Uptown, Santos and Southern Kitchen. Thanks to the next round for getting Southern Kitchen open early. West Virginia is the first game out, and their fans historically are known to love and drink. I do not understand this business plan.
Yeah, I didn't know how it would go down there. Now, I do think as the day goes, it's going to get wilder and wilder. And after the Bama game, you're going to get that weird situation where Auburn fans are going to be down there, you know, dining and drinking prior to their game. The Alabama fans are going to be spilling out. You're going to have that weird crossover. Fist fights in the streets. The blood will be flowing in the streets of Uptown Dunaway. No, it's gonna be cool. And this whole weekend, I am so excited about it. Obviously, I hope our local teams do well, but for no other reason than I want to see that atmosphere Saturday with Alabama and Auburn both playing at Legacy Arena.
Jeff over there, Alabama, Duke, Texas, Gonzaga is his Final Four. Samuel drops back with Duke, Texas, Baylor, and UCLA. If you missed mine is Alabama and Duke, Houston and UConn, and I've got Houston beating Alabama in the national championship game. Brownie, your Final Four one more time. And
I have got Alabama beating Duke. I have got Kansas beating Houston, and Alabama beats Kansas for the national championship.
LT also has Alabama winning the national championship. So 2 of the 3 on-air hosts here have Alabama winning the national championship, and I have them losing in the national championship game to Houston in that rematch.
By the way, it's not something I expected us to get to today, but the Mets are now saying Edwin Diaz is going to be out for the season after that injury in the World Baseball Classic last night. Can you believe that?
Yep. And at that point, everyone says, I don't want my players playing in the World Baseball Classic again.
That may bury it forever.
Yeah, may absolutely.
It'd be good for the electricians, the carpenters of Croatia, or whoever it was, Czech Republic.
They become the best freelance baseball team in the world. All right, thanks for being with us today. Enjoy the tournament. Hope your bracket survives day 1. Mine's not trending well right now. We'll try to get it cranked back up tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.